What's going on, everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. Just wanted to jump on real quick and let you guys know. Sorry, I apologize. I had to deal with the delays of my bad internet service. So, deal with the delays of the technician was here. Internet service. The technician was here. He gave me brand new equipment. I'm cooking with gas now. I feel good about it. I hope it stays. He gave me stays that way. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. But I'll tell you one thing: this is the best it's been in a long time. So hopefully it stays this way. Like I said, I got brand new equipment, new router, new modem, new wires. So hey. But the great thing is that there was a severe issue, guys. You wouldn't know this, but you guys have seen, like, lately it's been kind of spotty. But in the past 3 days at home, it was so bad. I couldn't even watch YouTube or like a program. It wouldn't even show it in like 1080p. It went all the way down to 144. I know some of y'all like I'm speaking Russian or some other language, but the bottom line is you couldn't really see the program. It was stuttering. The visibility was terrible. I was like, what the heck is happening here? So anyway, there was a big issue and they had to change out my equipment. So I feel good about it now. It looks pretty good. We're cooking. Let's go get into our regularly scheduled programming. Back to the show. All right, let's act like this never happened. I'm out. Hey. Oh, we back, baby. Let's go. Yes. Happy Saturday, everybody. I hope you guys are all doing well, guys and gals, should I say. We are blessed and highly favored to wake up another day, to be a part of the earth. There's a lot of craziness going on in this earth right now. There's a lot of wild stuff happening, just in our everyday life and society, and stuff that's going on that, we don't have to get into, that, dealing with other nations and stuff that's happening. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's a very complex time. And listen, just hope for the best, man. Hope we all are safe. Hope that whatever comes out of any of this situation that we have no control over doesn't allow any mass casualties and doesn't hit us home here. I just wish for safe health for everybody, and all your loved ones, family members, and friends as well. So let's keep it going from there. Let me get into the weather. We were talking about it a little late last week, but we here now, folks. And the weather is weathering. It's interesting. Today is the day that it's like iffy, but after today, we got a nice little spell of some interesting stuff in the New York area. And, so currently it's cloudy. It's of rain later tonight, like around midnight, a little bit for a couple hours, maybe some scattered showers, high of 48 degrees. And then tomorrow, folks, partly sunny, 63 degrees. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Monday, mostly sunny, high of 64. Tuesday, partially sunny, high of 68. And Wednesday, cloud and rainy, high of 67. And last but not least, Thursday, partly sunny, high of 62. And then we get back down into like some 40 degrees, and then it hits 50 the next day. And so, more the weather you would expect around this time. But the 60s for like 5 days, we'll take it. That's beautiful. I mean, I'm sure that 2 of those days, like Tuesday and Wednesday, might hit 70. So don't be surprised. So interesting, wild weather. March, it's funny. It's like we deal with all the snow, the cold weather and stuff. in January and February, and then once March hits, it's like immediately they give us some heat. That's wild, but we'll take it. Anyway, guys, just make the best of it. Enjoy yourselves. Go out there, get a walk on or something. Just, stretch those legs if you can. If you can. Or if you can't, even if you are not being able to stretch the legs, go out there and just get some air. Take a nice little ride around, whatever you can do. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. What's the word of the day, folks? Hmm. Hmm. I see. I've read a couple of these. Here we go. Ah. I don't know about that one. I'm going to read this one. Okay, it says, "Stride forward with a firm, steady step, knowing with a deep, certain inner knowing that you will reach every goal you set yourselves, that you will achieve every aim. So stride forward with a firm, steady step, knowing with a deep, certain inner knowing that you will reach every goal you set yourselves, that you will achieve every aim." Hmm. That's a good one. That's telling you to push forward. Go out there with confidence. Go have a plan. I'm going to do this. This is what I'm going to do today. This is what I'm going to do for the next couple of weeks. This is what I'm going to do for the next 6 months. This is what I want at the end of this year. And go out there and do it, knowing that you're going to get it done. You know what I mean? If you said that's what you want to do, you're going to get it done. Just go do it. I like that. I like that. And that's actually also good for, up and coming content creators out there. Y'all know who you are. People that have been saying, I'm going to do a show or I'm going to do this and haven't done it yet. Now's the time. Go out there and do it, man. Get your feet wet. All right. So, guys, the Knicks have been playing really good basketball. Sometimes you take it for granted. You forget what's happening in front of you because we have such high expectations. And sometimes, in the middle of those expectations, something could happen that really throws us off track. And we're like, man, come on. But no, the Knicks are in a really good spot. They've been playing fantastic basketball. And I just think that we should really appreciate what we've been witnessing, right? We should really enjoy what's taking place in front of us. Yesterday, against the Denver Nuggets in Denver, mind you. Look, let me just say it, okay? It is what it is, guys. For whatever reason, I don't know if you guys know this. I mean, I know in the last couple of years, there's a lot of Knick fans that have materialized. There's other Knick fans that have been Knick fans that kind of gave up on the team a little bit and have come back since they've had a change of direction. A better front office, coaching staff with Tibbs and all that stuff, and just winning. And so there's Knick fans that were gone that came back. There's new Knick fans and all this stuff. But I don't know if all y'all remember. We could never beat Denver, guys. There's been years and years, if you look down the road of years and just the matchups, 2 years, two games a year, we could never beat Denver. We'd lose to them in Denver. We'd lose to them at the Garden. Like, this was year in, year out. I don't know what the streak was. I can't remember, but we could never beat Denver. Now, when we play Denver, it's barbecue chicken. It's like it's so funny to me that this has happened, because a lot of times when a team has such a stranglehold on you and you can't beat them for whatever reason, the one thing you want to do is be able to go out there and play them well, and then steal some victories, and then get to a point where you go back and forth. But it hasn't really been a lot of go back and forth. The Knicks have been controlling the matchups between Denver and New York. Like, I think maybe 2-3 years ago, I don't know. Maybe I feel like, I don't know. I feel like maybe Denver won one game, But not only do we beat Denver, we smacked Denver, yo. Barbecue chicken. It's just so interesting how the matchup is. Now, I granted, I do know last night was a little skewed. I mean, still, because Murray went down, right, with the injury and he couldn't come back for the game. And then without Murray, they're a different team, be honest. I mean, Jokic can only do so much, but he needs other people out there too. But even when Murray went down, the Knicks were up either 11 or 13. I don't remember. I think it was 11. But the Knicks already had over a 10-point lead when Murray went down. So it's not like he was making that much of a difference. Maybe we wouldn't have blown them out by what we did, but we were winning and we were comfortable and we were starting to turn it on. So it's just like, I don't know, whatever reason, whatever it is, Denver's not an overly athletic team. They've got some years on them over there. Some of the people, some of the guys, they're not like super tall as far as the team goes. I think they're just a matchup that fits the Knicks perfectly. Like, if you could just draw it up, like who would you want to play? For some reason, when we play Denver, it is just perfect for the Knicks. So, hey, man, take it for what it is. That it's just so crazy to watch a team dominate you for so many years, and now you dominate them. It's wild. I love it, though. I love it. This is great. This is fantastic. We'll take it. We'll take it. And the fact that we're dominating them with they have one of the best players in basketball history on their team. It don't matter. It don't matter. Yeah, I love it. It's fantastic. It's great. Yep, Joey. I know. Joker is phenomenal, bro. But yeah, so it's just it's crazy. So here's the thing, guys. The Knicks defense, man, we got to give credit where credit is due. First off, I'm going to start here. All right. Karl Anthony Towns has been playing fantastic basketball over the last 2-3 weeks, whatever it is. I don't know exactly what day it started, but he has been playing fantastic basketball. I know I'm one of those people that I get on him a little bit because of the scoring, right? Because I'm like, man, if Brunson's not going or if this is happening, we need Karl Anthony Towns to step up. But you know what? Because he has taken such big strides on the defensive side of the game and continuing to rebound the basketball, it doesn't matter as much because what he's doing is when you guys see it, man, you've had 3 weeks to see it. When Karl Anthony Towns is locked in defensively, this team is a monster because all the other things fall into shape. When you look at, Mikal Bridges and you look at OG Anunoby and you look at Josh Hart and you look at all this other stuff going on, you're like, wow, like now you start to see how good these guys are defensively. And I'm talking about them individually. Forget the team for now. But when all the pieces start to buy in and do what they need to do, even Jalen Brunson has been playing better defensively, as far as staying in front of his guy, making the extra effort to run for loose balls or do whatever, being on the boards a lot more. He's been, this last game, not so much, but in some of these games, instead of his normal 2 to 3 rebounds, he's been getting like 4 or 5, like everybody is doing a little bit more. And you start to see, like, when guys like Mikal and OG know that all these other guys are stepping up and trying on defense and doing what they need to do and staying with their men and switching and all, they are like, come on, let's go. And they are capitalizing. Bridges is starting to lock in again because, we be going up, we be getting on him going up and down with his play. He is locking in. His defense and all that stuff is starting to lock in again. We're starting to see that classic Bridges when he gets fired up. Yesterday, he got a technical foul because he was really into the game. We're starting to see Bridges get locked in. That's automatically a great thing. And OG has been phenomenal defensively. I tell you, I don't know if there's ever been a player that I've seen on the Knicks team since the 90s that is so locked in defensively that can make so many things happen on the court. OG is fantastic. And all he needs is to stay healthy. If OG Anunoby stays healthy, not only is he taking strides defensively, but you can see his game is growing, guys. I know we talk about how he can be this and he can be that if he locks in. OG is starting to lock in. All he needs is consistency, but the injuries always derail him and drop him back. But if he can just stay healthy, he is continuing to excel in his play. He's starting to score easier. He's starting to get a good rhythm with his jump shots again. This is classic OG. OG just has to play. If he plays consistently, he's starting to lock in offensively, and he's becoming someone that everybody questions OG Anunoby because he's getting $40+ million. Blah blah blah. Has he really earned that? Defensively, he's been great, but offensively, has he earned? Listen, this version of OG that we've seen prior to his last injury and right now after the injury coming back, he looks like he's worth every penny because he is locked in, y'all. He's locked in. And I love it. I love it. This is fantastic for this Knicks team. He is taking nothing away from Karl Anthony Towns. But the fact that OG Anunoby can be the number 2 scorer on this team at times, or even last night, the number 1 scorer, is fantastic news for this New York Knicks team. Because we have been looking at this team, and sometimes when we play a tough opponent, what they do is obviously they try to take Jalen Brunson out the game. They double team him, they triple team him if they have to, just to get the ball out of his hands, and then they force Cat to beat them. But sometimes Cat gets the ball and he's not in a favorable situation to do his thing. So you're looking for someone else to help, and we're not getting it. But the fact that OG Anunoby has emerged as that consistent scorer to help this team is big. You only really need 3. You got to get complementary scoring from other pieces. But if you got 3 legit guys that can step up for you, you are in good shape. Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and dare I say it, OG Anunoby being the 3rd option, and even someone who could step up and be the 2nd option, and like we saw last night, the 1st option. Hercules. You know what I mean? I'm like, what more can you ask for? So I just want to say right now is a really good time. It's good to see the growth in OG, and knowing that, with how good this Knicks team is playing, with the emergence of Mo Diawara and how he's getting very confident in his play out there. Like Mo, you could also see like every game Mo is taking liberties. Like each game he does something else. Like oh, okay, now he's comfortable. He's trying to do this. Or sometimes even Mo was let me pass it to this guy and let him orchestrate and do my thing, and I'll do his thing and let me stay in this. Now Mo is getting aggressive. Now when Mo gets the ball, instead of just immediately passing it to somebody, he's like, well, let me take this opportunity to go to the hole and see what I could do. Even if it don't work, at that point, you love the confidence level. And what about the other game when I think he took 13 shots, 13 threes or whatever it was. He only hit 4. But you like the fact that he is starting to come into his own and feel confident enough to say, hey, I'm going to take these shots. And he still is a 40% three-point shooter. I wasn't expecting that, guys. I hope that he would be better. I hope that he would work on his three-point shooting and get up to around 36, 37. Him shooting 40% from 3 is fantastic news. What he basically did from a different position is give us Deuce McBride type numbers that we expect from Deuce in a bigger body, and can't be mad at it. With the emergence of him, with Landry Shamet feeling comfortable again and stepping up and doing his thing, the Knicks are in great shape. And you saw me mention him, but if we can get Deuce back, boy, now I think we're starting to cook. Now we are starting to cook. I think they have a newfound level of confidence. And I think that the Knicks are in a position where the league better take notice. I honestly do feel like, and it's funny how time, a few weeks can change things, but you've just seen it like gradually getting here. When we went on that streak, when it started with the Brooklyn Nets, when we went on that streak, the Knicks figured something out during that time, and they haven't looked back since. Yes, they lost maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 games throughout that time. But they have figured something out, and they are so much better for it. Mike Brown has figured something out as far as his coaching and how to get stuff out of the players, and the players have figured out what they need to do, and they've locked in. Looking at them last night, once again, Denver is one of the most explosive teams offensively in the league. You saw what they did to Denver? You saw how all over them they were with regards to their shots and trying to get open looks. Like the Knicks did a fantastic job of limiting them and not making them comfortable at what they were doing. Denver finished shooting 20% from three. 20% from three. 8 of 40. Jalen Brunson didn't have it, right? He didn't have it at all. He shot 3 of 13 from the field, and 1 of 3 from three. But notice, and this is the type of stuff, if we're going to get on our players, we also have to give them credit, right? As I said with Karl Anthony Towns, we get on him multiple times for not locking in, for fouling out, for seeming like he doesn't know where to be on defense. The last 3 weeks or so, he has been fantastic. Not only has he been making the right moves, he's been switching correctly, he's been keeping his hands up, staying down, not biting for everything, staying out of like excessive foul trouble, right? You know what I mean? Staying in games, not getting fouled out. Even in tough matchups, like going against the Joker last night, he had 4 fouls, but you know what I mean? He wasn't in foul trouble. These just came throughout the game. Like Karl Anthony Towns has been locked in, and the Knicks are better for it. We see the difference. So the flip side is Jalen Brunson, who we know is the number 1 scorer on the team, number 1 opportunities, number 1 everything. Last night, he didn't have it. He knew he didn't have it. And so instead of him saying, I'm going to keep jacking it up until I get it, no, he saw the rest of my guys are stepping up. OG Anunoby's on fire. You know what I mean? I don't need to do nothing. We're winning right now. I don't need to do nothing. I just got to keep going. If a shot comes to me, I'll take it, but I'm not forcing the issue. And instead of that, he finished with 9 points. When's the last time Jalen Brunson finished with 9 points? I think there actually was a game that single digits, that he had single digits. But it was a minute ago, if I'm not mistaken. I know he did have a game where he had like 11 or 12 or something like that. Maybe not too long ago. But 9 points? He only went to the free throw line 2 times, which shows you another thing, that he wasn't forcing the issue. He was just going with whatever came to him. But what did he do? He finished with 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 15 assists. For those saying that the ball, 15 assists. For those saying, well, he got 15 assists, why can't he do that every night? I mean, the Knicks shot 57% from the field, 47% from 3. When guys knock down their shots, you get assists. Like I said before, it's not always on the passer. The scorer got to shoot. The scorer got to score. But the point that I'm making is Jalen Brunson did whatever the team needed. He didn't call his own number. He didn't try to force the issue. He played the style of basketball that made sense. We won, and we won big. I mean, you know. And another person who has taken a back seat and hasn't forced the issue, last couple games especially, Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges finished with 9 points on 4 of 8 shooting. He shot 50% from the field, and he was 1 of 2 from 3. He shot 50% from 3. He even went to the free throw line twice. He could have forced the issue and taken more shots. He played 24 minutes, almost 25 minutes. But no, guys are starting to just lock in and do whatever is necessary. You guys see what I'm saying? They're not forcing the issue. They're just going with the flow of the game. Oh man, not only are we playing read and react, but now the tip stuff is coming back. The game will tell you what to do. The Knicks are listening to whatever the game is telling them. And they're believing in their teammates. They're playing unselfish, and they're just going with whatever's working on that night. This is great, guys. This is the type of stuff that we've wanted this Knicks team to become. You know what I mean? It doesn't happen overnight, but it is happening before our eyes. They're learning how to play. Now, I know, like I said, Denver is a very good basketball team, but for whatever reason, when it comes to playing the Knicks, they don't test the Knicks as good as someone else might. Obviously, they're no Detroit when it comes to facing the Knicks, but they're still a very good basketball team. And the Knicks just found a way, and they continue to find ways to play good basketball. And I do believe that they're learning from these moments. I believe everything helps. I believe the criticism from Barkley and Shaq helps Cat. I believe the criticism or the advice that Kendrick Perkins gave Jalen Brunson helps. And I think that the media and the fans and all of the way we feel about the team in general and how we feel about Mike Brown's coaching has all, I think all of it helps. I think the team and the coaching staff is learning from everything that's taken place so far throughout the year, and they're getting better because of it. It's just, you just got to let it all play out and watch what happens, man. But I tell you one thing, they are playing good basketball, and don't downplay it and don't disregard it. This is good basketball that we're seeing these New York Knicks play, and we have to enjoy it and respect everybody's efforts because they're all playing well. They're all playing well, and they're all trying. And when one guy doesn't have it, another guy is stepping up. So I can't say enough about how good this is. Let me just check something real quick before I say what I'm going to say next. Mm-hmm. 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 So, New York Knicks, the ongoing thing that a lot of people are talking about is what is the Knicks' identity? We saw what they started the season with. We saw what happened during the win streak, right? Since that win streak that we had, the Knicks have been number 1 or number 2 defensive team in the whole entire NBA, right? Since the win streak. Offensively, for the season, the entire season, people, the New York Knicks are 3rd overall in the NBA in offensive rating. So if you were looking at what the Knicks are, hey, then 3rd overall in the NBA in offense. They got to be an offensive team. That's their identity. Hold on. Defensively, in the entire NBA right now, the Knicks are the 7th best defense in the NBA. They're a top 10 defense. They're number 7. So, Ron, you just said they're number 7. And in the last however many games since that win streak was, we're talking 20 games or more, they've been number 1 or number 2. Maybe they fell to number 2, but I know I still think they're number 1 in that span in defense in the whole entire NBA. So obviously, Ron, once they got into that losing streak and then got into the winning streak and they turned on the defense, they found their defense. So they must be a defensive. It has to be a defensive identity. That's who we are because we had lost it. We couldn't stop guys. We found our defense. That's our identity. Well, no. How would you say that we're defensive? That our team is a defensive team, and that's our identity. When we still continue to be the number 3 offensive team in the entire NBA, do we just dismiss that like that doesn't matter? So I said this on Dexter Henry's show, New York Post. The Knicks right now, more than ever, especially when they're playing good basketball, playing the right way, are a balanced team. That is our identity. If I tell you that this New York Knicks team is 7th overall in defense all season, 3rd overall offense all season, and their net rating makes them 5th overall in the NBA, top 5, right? And then if you want to even, narrow the margins, in the last month, they're number 1 in defense, number 3 in offense. Guess what, guys? I don't know if you want to believe it. The Knicks are balanced. That is our identity. There shouldn't be any questions about it. That's our identity. We're not just good defensively. We're not just good offensively. We're both. We are balanced. And that is the type of thing that wins championships. I'm going to tell you right now, our question about what the Knicks need to do, can a team that has this level of offense win if they're not a top 15 defensive team? Remember that whole thing? And we looked back, and the only team that was able to do it in the last few years was Denver. Guess what? We're not top 15 defensively. We're top 10. So being top 10 in defense and top 5 in offense, can this Knicks team win a championship? The answer is yes. Let's go. Let's get it, y'all. We're real. It's true. We got it. We got it. We just got to keep it going. We got to keep it going. But we got it. We got it, y'all. We may not have wanted to face it before, but it's real. We got it. We got it. I don't care what nobody says. You're going to say, well, Ron, we can't beat Detroit. Okay. All right. Maybe we can't beat Detroit right now. Guess what? If we play Detroit in the series, it's best 4 out of 7. We'll see what happens. Because I'm going to tell you right now, this team right here, this here right here. No. Anyway, this team with this level of offense and this level of defense, they can beat anybody. They just got to go out there and play. Detroit, OKC, whoever. You want to say, Ron, well, we haven't beaten Detroit. They've been beating us handily. And then we just played OKC and we lost. But we lost in a very close basketball game that we could have won. Had a couple things been, the problem is when a East Coast team plays a West Coast team, you don't have a lot of margin of error to really understand what you're doing against that team. You face them twice a year, and this is the first time we faced them this year. So you don't really know how your new team, your new styles and everything match up with the team. You just got to go out there and play, and however it falls, right? You learn from this type of stuff. Now the Knicks have played OKC. The next time we play OKC this year, the Knicks will be in better position to win the game because they'll know different adjustments they can make. They'll know exactly what they took from the last game. You know what I mean? It gives you a chance to really understand. It's much easier when you're facing an Eastern Conference team because you face them 3 or 4 times a year. Of course, OKC has the same benefit. They can learn from the game too, right? And we did benefit from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander getting in foul trouble early. There's no question about it. But the Knicks, not only when they play these teams, they got to learn their tendencies, but they also got to learn how to win by any means necessary. That game was definitely skewed because of refereeing. We saw the 2-minute report. Apparently, they said there was 2 calls that went in favor of the Knicks that actually should have went against the Knicks, right? And they were big moments too. There was some calls that they missed that should have went in favor of the Knicks. But when you look at that, when you say there was definitely 2 calls that they missed, the charge on Jalen Brunson, and there was another call that happened that should have been for the Knicks. They messed those 2 up. Then you get the 2-minute report, and they say there was 2 calls that the Knicks got that they shouldn't have got. So that's 2. Cancels out. So the bottom line that I'm trying to say is the players and the coaching staff just needs to say, let's go play basketball. The refs ain't on our side when we play good teams. Let's go play basketball and take it out of the refs' hands. That's how the Knicks got to play when they play these teams. But outside of that, man, this team is showing you the difference. If you put everything together, all the type of stuff that we've noticed and talked about with this New York Knicks team this year, it all comes together and it looks like something special. Remember how we talked about the fact that one of the interesting things with this Knicks team is now when they play certain teams, they're putting their foot on the gas and they're blowing them out. In previous years, the Knicks the Knicks can beat a team by a couple points here and there. Sometimes they'd beat teams by like 8, 15, 18, maybe in the 20s here and there. We didn't have a good history, a good track record of putting our foot on the gas on a team and really blowing them out. And there's a lot of teams, we had a lot of games where we beat bad teams by 5 to 10 points where we could have blown them out because we're that much better. But for whatever reason, the Knicks teams couldn't do that. Now we're in a situation where we play these teams, and if we sense the weakness and we start playing our offense and it's going and locking in on defense, we're cooking these teams, cooking them. That's a change. That's something new this year that we've witnessed. Put that alongside with the fact of all the net rating stuff, the offensive ratings, the defensive ratings. Put that aside with the fact that guys are buying in on both sides of the ball, doing at least playing the best they can play. You can't expect somebody to be a lockdown defender when they barely play defense, right? But if they can just do what it takes to keep guys in front of them or funnel them to the right places, talk to each other, create the help, just different things you need fundamentally as a basketball team. This is what they're doing now. If they continue to do that, I'm telling you, they can beat anybody. I can't say enough about how proud I am of this New York Knicks team. Like I said, we go back and forth. We're going to be critical. We watch this team. We love this team. We want them to be better. We want them to be the best. There's going to be moments where we pick at what they're doing. But right now, this team, it may not see it because we're not on no streak. We just won one game after losing to OKC. But this team is playing great basketball. And we need to respect that. So today's show should not be a bunch of, Ron, but this or this and that. No, this should be an appreciation show. We should be happy for what we're seeing and how this team has been playing over the last 20 games. They've been fantastic, and guys are buying in. Let's rep our team, y'all. Let's be there for them when they're doing the right thing, because right now they're playing great. I can't point at anybody in the starting lineup that's not doing what they need to do right now at this moment. So I'm just going to keep it going. Keep the positive vibes flowing, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate everybody. Let's make some noise, man. Yes. Yes, let's go. Let me see what the chat talking about before I open up the panel. All right. Crim's dad is in the building. The eyes have it. What up, my brother? Appreciate you. Now, as this show goes, I'm going to be on my phone a little bit, guys. So I want you to know it's not that I'm ignoring anybody, but I'm going to be on X. I'm streaming to the new account today, and I only have like 10 followers. So those are the only 10 people that can watch the broadcast. So I'm going to be, following other people that I was following before, and hopefully they'll witness it. And then they can follow back. And so maybe they'll be able to tune into this show if they only look on X, but most likely they won't. Hopefully next week, there'll be more followers. And then the people that were seeing it before will start to see it again. So that's what I'll be doing. So don't think I'm ignoring or I'm not locked in. I'm locked in. I'm just trying to do that. So shout out to my brother, Walter Blackman in the bill. And also shout out to Crim's dad for being a member of the SKF Army, as well as Walter. Appreciate both you guys. Good afternoon, Ron, my Knicks family. Salute. Shaw Powers is in the building. What up, Shaw? Salute, salute, salute. The 3 capital S's. You know how we do. Member of the Knicks Real Talk crew. Salute. Joey Rip 'em Up Schwartz in the building. Ron and the fam, what up? Salute, my guy, member of the SKF Army. Lion of Judah's in the building. Shalom. What up, my brother? Shabbat shalom, my brother Ron and panel and the chat for Nick Nation. Let's go. Sherwin's in the building. What up? Good afternoon, Sherwin. Salute to you, my brother. Dwayne Dennis is here. What's up, everybody? We made it through the winter. Spring is coming. That's right. Salute, Dwayne. Chris Gotti's in the building. What up, Chris? Spree J is here. He says salute, by the way. Spree J's in the building. Salute. APAP's in the building. Yo, what up? Wonder Woman is here. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Good afternoon, Ron in the chat. Hope everyone is doing well. David Smith is in the building. What up, David? Says salute to Ron in the chat. When Jalen Brunson takes less than 20 field goal attempts in a game this year, the Knicks are 25-6, 81% winning percentage, but only 15-12 when he attempts 20 or more. I think you've mentioned that before, but I appreciate the stat. Thank you. Shout out to Andios NYK in the building. I'm patiently waiting. You know what I mean? Appreciate you. Shout out to you and your loved ones, and especially your loved one. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you. He says, hit the like button, SKF Nation. Don't forget to subscribe. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Let's go, Knicks. My guy. Ron, man, the chosen one, a member of the SKF Army. Salute, Jay. Said, wait, hasn't started. Oh, good. Ferran, get some extra sleep like I did. No, I wish, bro. I've been up. I just had the technician here working on my internet, so that's what delayed everything. David Smith also says Knicks are 10-1, 91% winning percentage this season when Brunson has at least 10 assists. That's a good stat. Interesting. Appreciate that, David. Travel Vibes is in the building. What up, Travel Vibes? Says, peace, everybody. Salute. Good afternoon, y'all. Salute, my guy. All right. Let me breeze through. Keith Turner's in the building. Says, what up, Ron? What up, Keith? Shout out to David Smith. Thank you for the generous super chat. Said Knicks are 17-2, 90% winning percentage, and average 131 points per game when they have at least 30 assists. Ball movement is key to Knicks' success. That's true. That is 100% true. They got, you know what I said before, move your body, move the ball, trust your teammates. Vaughn, and thank you for the generous super chat, David. Vaughn Allen in the building. What up, Vaughn? Salute, my guy. Geraldine McIver, the first lady of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community, is in the building. Let's go, Geraldine. Says, salute, Ron. Salute to the chat. Good to see you. You know what it is. Thank you for the generous super chat. David, once again, says Karl Anthony Towns over his last 20 games has a 53% field goal percentage and is shooting 40% from three, getting Cat the ball needed to win title. I'm not going to disagree with you there either. I agree Cat has to be involved. If the Knicks want to do anything, he has to be involved. That's a fact. Dope Soul Sports in the building. Salute to the Queen, Steph. The collective is here. Salute to one of the hardest working men in the Knicks content creation community. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate you, my lady, my gal, my contemporary. I was looking for something with a C that I was like, what is that word? My contemporary. You know, Queen is one of the few people that I can say she talks about me working hard. You see how many shows the Queen is doing in this climate that we've got called the Knicks community? All the stuff she's got going on between the Queen's Court, the Dope Soul Collective, afternoon shows, the nightly shows. She's doing a lot of work. The yeoman's effort by the Queen. Shout out to you, Steph. Appreciate you as always. To Cowboys is in the building. Let's go. What's going on? She says, afternoon, Ron. You know what it is. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. Says Shaq lit a fire under Towns. I do think that Towns respected the comments and didn't look at them in a negative light. He looked at them like positive information that he can learn from a guy who was one of the best to ever do it and a guy who has won multiple championships. I think he took it as constructive criticism. And even though Shaq is a lot more stern, when he gives criticism, I think he's done it in a much better way with Karl Anthony Towns than he ever did it with Dwight Howard. He tried to give Dwight Howard criticism and it came off all bad because Shaq just did it wrong. So Shaq could have done things a little differently, and maybe it would have helped Dwight Howard. It affected him differently. But either way, that's old school news right there. Just breezing through. Don't mind me. No Cap Life's analyst is in the building. He said, and salute to you, says our Achilles heel is that we are a jump shooting team and Coach Brown has not developed a counter. That is true. Like when we don't have the jump shots falling, we do run into some really bad habits of trying to get out of it. What do we do when the shots aren't falling? And that's why I say move the ball, move your body, trust your teammates. The Knicks have to have, and that's something that comes in practice. I don't know how many times the Knicks can have practice, but they need to say, okay, guys, this is what I want us to do. I'm sure coaches do stuff like this. But I'm talking about limiting your, guys, hey, we're running practice, we're running drills, no jump shots, no outside shots today. Everybody has to score in the paint. Move the ball. All the defenders that you're playing know that the paint is going to be clogged. Just move your body, move around, set screens, whatever. And we are looking for the best shot opportunity in the paint. That's what the Knicks need to do. They need to run around, moving the ball, moving their bodies, setting picks and screens, obviously with the other five playing defense on them, and just try to get open somewhere in the paint. It's predictable. The defense knows what you're doing, and you still have to find a way to get the look to get a shot up in the paint. That's what the Knicks need to force themselves to work on, because when those shots ain't falling from the outside, they need to have a way to score inside. Just keep at it. And it may look nasty. It may look sloppy at times until they can figure it out. But I tell you one thing, if they keep at it from now until the playoffs, they will have a way of scoring when things don't work, because they will be working harder than the next team with that ball movement. I mean, I'm talking about Princeton off. I don't care what it is. Indiana Pacers offense. They need to do something like that, because obviously we've seen it multiple times. When they don't have the outside, they work so hard to try to get a good basket to score inside. Move the ball, move your body, trust your teammates. Let's get going. Let's weave it up, whatever. Let's do whatever needs to be done to make the defense uncomfortable, have somebody slip through the cracks, backdoor, whatever it is, and get a good shot. Instead of the top of the perimeter, top of the key, around the free throw line, let's get a mid-range jumper going. Whatever. Let's work, man. Let's work. Try to win a championship. Everything should be on the table. Still the real AD in the building. What up, AD? Salute, my guy. He says salute, Knicks fans. Ron, what's up? What's going on, my brother? Okay. Jay from PR is in the building. It's not that hard. It's all effort. I like it. Not mad at you. Can we talk about the dog OG? I hear you, NYC. Yes. He's been fantastic, man. I'm telling you, as long as my guy can stay healthy, he is fantastic. He's just getting better every game. For each game, he's getting something that's going, and he's getting such a good level of confidence. Look at how you guys notice OG's consistency with his jump shot. Once he starts to lock in, he's not hitting one or two here. He's like going on little streaks of hitting jump shots. That's something new to OG's game too. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's not knocking them down here and there, but like getting on streaks of, hey, he hit this one, he hits this one, he hits this one, he hits this, like streaking it up, man. Let's go. All right, breezing through. Allah Wise is in the building. What up, Allah? Salute to you, my brother. Peace. And you know what? Let me do this too, because I listen to people. I want y'all to know, I say salute. We use that a lot in our Knicks community. That's our way of showing that, a term of endearment, if you will. That's how we show love to all my people. But I don't want to get it twisted. Y'all know who you are, Sherwin and those. This is the real salute. I'm not even doing it right. I don't know how to do it exactly, but you know what I mean? Y'all get a different salute. Okay, those who actually have served and put their lives on the line to be there for our country, you guys get a different salute. I appreciate y'all so much for everything you've done to help us have some freedom in this country and be able to live the way we do. Thank you. Nick Jr.'s in the building, says salute to Ron and the whole SKF family. The NBA championship is wide open. It's the Knicks if they really want it. Only thing that can stop them is themselves. I agree with you 100%. Now I can say that confidently. I feel the same way, because you've seen how they played. Stats ain't everything, but these stats are good, guys. These are legit. Like, these are real stats. Like, this is the metric that everybody's looking at. So it's not fool's gold. It's not like, hey, I'm a Knicks fan, I think my team is the best. No, the stats will tell you. We look just like all the other good teams now. Nick Yak is in the building. Salute. Since beating the Nets 66 to a lot. I'm telling you that. I'm telling y'all, we can't take things for granted. You look at something, you say, the Nets stink. That was terrible. No, the fact that we beat them by 50 something points, was the catalyst. That was the start of the Knicks learning how to have a balanced identity and learning how to start putting their foot on the gas of teams, on the necks. I mean, putting their foot on the gas and really putting the team down, should I say. That was it. That was the beginning. Almost done, guys. About to put the link out there if anybody wants to join. Breezing through. AD says he's played better and better, yet he's playing better and better, yet he's given better effort. But let's not act like he's been doing this entire career. The man has 2 left feet. It's fair, but we want to big these guys up when they are doing the right thing, so they continue to do the right thing. Not only do they know that we will get on them if they don't do right, but we support them when they're doing the right thing. Give these guys the kudos they deserve, man. It ain't easy being a professional basketball player with everybody judging you. Yes, the money helps, but you still have emotions, you still have feelings, and we know Cat has feelings. So, let's give these guys what they deserve. You know what I mean? Let's show them the love. When they mess up, we'll be right here. They know it. D-Rex in the building. Oh, man. He said, you saw young dork, a.k.a. NYPD, out there cooking the Nuggets in the fourth quarter last night. I hear you, D-Rex. I know you excited about what's happening. Jay's asking for the new account. Okay, I'll put it in the chat again. You got it. APAP. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, David Smith, you get your props. You stay consistent. I mean, it is true. Now, don't get me wrong. As I see, the problem, it's not a problem. What I like to say about David Smith is what he says. I like the fact that he backs up his claims with stats, and what can be looked at as factual information. The only thing I try to express to David or anybody else out there is that you can make your point without being negative about something else. So you can big this guy up without putting that guy down. That's all I try to say. But I have no opinion whatsoever about what David's been saying. I think he's been right on the money about Cat. Cat, now that we've seen how this Knicks team plays this year, you see how important Cat is to success. He has to be involved. The Knicks have to look for him. They have to make him comfortable, and he has to step up and do what he needs to do on the rebounding side and the defensive side. Of all those 3 things happen, the Knicks are great. The Knicks are great. Because right now, we're not playing good basketball. We're playing great basketball, guys. I know we're still behind Detroit, but Detroit came out the gate firing on all cylinders from the start. So they built this up. The Knicks are starting to lock in right now. And I bet you if you looked at the record over the last month, I bet you the Knicks might be playing, we might be a little skewed because of the fact that Detroit beat us, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks have a little better record in this time than Detroit. I think the Knicks have one of the best records in the last 20 games in the league as far as how they've been playing. They definitely got to be top 10, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're top 5 during this time. So what I'm just saying is, like, now's the time where the Knicks are starting to get it. They're starting to figure it out, and it's starting to show us something. Okay. Bricks Nation is in the building. Says, salute, Ron. Been saying this is the best the Knicks have played since the JB and Cat era started, and many fans complaining about how Cat needs to have way more shots to get way more shots up. Just enjoy the ride, y'all. No, I hear you on that. We do need to enjoy what we're witnessing. Let's stop with the negativity, because our guys are actually playing great. I don't want to say good. They're playing great. I told you those numbers. That don't happen overnight. They've been doing it for a minute. They have done so much that now they've become top 10 in both categories for the NBA, for the whole league. Top 5 in one, top 10 in the other. It sneaks up on you, just like this team is sneaking up on the rest of the league. Before they look at it, they're going to be looking. They're looking at the Knicks coming from behind. Like, they're coming. But pretty soon they're going to be looking up at the Knicks. So don't be surprised. Shout out to Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Said Nick, salute Ron, the chat, SKF family, and Knicks Nation. What's going on, my brother? Appreciate you. Hey. Hey, my guy, Kev Rodriguez from Knicks and Ish in the building. Yo, what up, Ron? Salute, brother. Salute to you, my guy. And please, guys, if y'all haven't checked out Knicks and Ish, please do, man. Show your love over there. They got a good crew of people. They're doing their Nick thing as well, man. This community is big, and we got a lot of people here. Oh, I got to read this one. Shout out to Sherwood. He said, I was the person who hated Cat's game the most. He is playing a lot better, winning basketball now. He is not just taking stupid threes. He is living off post up lately. Listen, take that as a sign of respect from Sherwin to Cat. And that's a good thing. We're going in the right direction, folks. We're going in the right direction. The new Knicks City and squad. What's going on, brother? Says salute, Ron. We looking good right now. That's a fact. Shout out to you. Shout out to Raul. Shout out to Machete. Shout out to Two Shots. The whole crew over there, man. The Organic Fanatics. Appreciate you guys, man. All right. Let me see here. All right, that's it. I got everybody. Shout out to my brother D-Ras in the building. What up, D-Ras? Salute. Appreciate you. Let me put that link out there. And in the meantime, I'll also put the X Twitter handle out there as well. So you guys, if you want to follow, by all means, please do, because I want to get that following up and running again. I mean, like, to go from 1,700 to 10 is like mind blowing. That's crazy. It is what it is. All right, let me get my handle here. I'm gonna put it exactly the way it looks. All right, so this is how you find me exactly, guys. If you want to find the Still Knick Fans X account, this is it. Still Fans. Whoa, something's not right. What I did there. Still Fans 5894. All right, guys. I'm not going to tell you what the main name is anymore, because that just throws people off and they wound up at the other. Type this in, guys. Here is the Still Knicks Fans X/Twitter account. All right, guys, type in the @ symbol, then type in Still Fans 5894, and that'll take you right to the new one. I'll let me see if I can pin that so that way everybody sees it when they come in. There you go. All right, I got my guy waiting backstage, but before I get to this, I got two guys waiting backstage. Okay. Oh, look at this. Oh man. Sorry. That's because it's for my guy, the chosen man, Mr. J himself. That's such a, look at him. Oh, I know what you did there. Oh, That's Patrick Ewing, folks. Here's towards the internet and all the work you do. Us being a good man, giving us a full Saturday to chop it up. Jay, you don't got to do that, bro. But I love the thought behind it. I love what you do, man. Jay, he doesn't. Everything's intentional with Jay. He does nothing haphazard. You know what I mean? He puts his thoughts and time into everything. I don't know why I've gotten to my smooth WBLS voice, but it came out of nowhere. Thank you. You're tuning in to Ron on the Midnight Hour. Let's get into the smooth grooves. All right, I'm done. Let me get my guys in here. D-Rex is like, what is wrong with this guy, man? I'm feeling good today, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Last night, I even got reached out to by my guy Walter Blackman. He said, "Yo, you guys, are you gonna do a show tomorrow?" Because Walter is one of those. He'd be up early in the morning. At 7 in the morning, he looks for the link. I didn't have the link because usually I do the link late at night, right before I go to bed. My body was in such pain yesterday because we were moving offices and I was doing a little bit more than I needed to do, especially when you pay for movers, but they didn't want to be responsible for certain things. Can you do this? Can you move that? We don't want it to break. And I'm like, come on, man. Anyway, I was feeling it, bro. You never realize how out of shape you are until you do something like that. And then you're like, damn it. I had to put some of that, what is it? That green prime stuff. I don't know. It's like icy hot. It was terrible. Oh, man. Okay. Let me get my guys in here. Boom. Let's go. What's up, fellas?
What's happening? What's happening? I don't even want to say salute anymore.
I know, man. When I do it all the time, I think about Sherwin because Sherwin did point it out to me one time on a show. And I always want to respect the people that have, been there and been on the front lines and back lines. Doesn't matter. If you served, you served. And I don't want anybody to take it the wrong way. We use salute everywhere. That's one of the things that this Knicks community has adopted. Everybody says salute, but I do want the people that actually deserve that salute to know that, we haven't forgot y'all. We know what it's really about. So I want to give everybody the love and support. Let me bring my other guy in here. Let me switch to the 4-man. Boom. Bam! Nick Nation in the building. Let's
what
go.
Up, brother? What up?
I can't believe it didn't even beat me here. That's crazy.
You want to know why? I was out on the roof. Spring season is coming, so I was out there gutter cleaning.
Oh, I should have stopped out on the roof. Right there.
I thought the roof was on fire. I thought you had to go and put it out, man. Let's go. I'm hyped today. I don't know what's going on.
Let's go. Burn, motherfucker. Burn. Okay, I got
it. Right. I know why you guys are getting this. You better enjoy this. You ain't gonna see this every Saturday. You get this. I know the next 5 days is gonna be in the 60s. That's why you're getting this.
You know what? You think your internet was bad? He's on the roof holding up his thing like that. He was like, "Yo, hold on. All right."
You guys remember back in the day? Wait, D-Rex he's too young, man. But
I know
you guys remember back in the day, the old antenna TV days?
The antenna with the
rabbit ears, my friend. The rabbit ears.
Man.
You know
aluminum foil balls on them. You put the aluminum foil ball on it.
You know what I mean? You know what it is.
And the hanger. You remember you had to twist the hanger, put it in the ink that thing, and put the tin foil on it.
I don't remember that. Are we talking Knicks? What is the stuff you guys are talking about?
You had the VHF button and the UHF button. Remember?
Oh my god!
Let's go.
When Cable had the brown box and they had the 2 levels, you had to switch it up.
You told Nitty there'll be dessert in rum. You trash. You trash.
Did you guys ever see? I never showed you guys this video. He didn't want me to show it to anybody, but did you guys ever see D-Rex and his family? I told you guys before that he has a alter ego, a second career. Hold on, this is D-Rex, and I don't know why I didn't want to do this. He's probably gonna be mad at me. He's gonna get a lot of you guys gonna be like, "Can I get your autograph?" and all that. Yeah, it is what it is, man. This is D-Rex. His alter ego.
Let me see.
Mike P is what he calls himself. Shout out to D-Rex, man.
You trash rap fast. Don't pretend that it ain't true. You told Nitty there'll be dessert in rum like creme brulee. I hate you. There's no rum in creme brulee, dumbass. It's heavy cream and egg yolks. You pour sugar on top and then let a flame through. Ironic, you bring all that sweet shit to the table and think it'll break through. I hate you. I hate you. You trash.
Nah, man, get a little battle rap flow. Let's go, D-Rex. Tell me that don't look like D-Rex. Am I bugging? That is him. I don't care what nobody. I get you, bro. I see what you be doing now. Now I know where you be. Okay, let me get this off the screen, man. I don't want you to get in trouble with your battle rap.
I'm in shock. I'm in shock. I've been exposed.
I knew it, bro. Wow. I'm sorry. I watched too much battle rap. I knew that was you, bro. It's okay. It's cool. I know. It's all right. It's fine.
I'd take one of them right now.
No, I bet, man. Creme brulee is delicious. But now that I'm on my, I'm trying to do my best sugar-free kick. I'm trying to stay away from everything. And let me tell you something. Man. I'm tapping the vein right now. I'm dying. All right. Anyway,
you guys are fancy. If it ain't Hostess cake, you know what I mean? If it ain't a Hostess cake or something like that, Drake's, I don't know what it is.
JM3 knows.
He knows who my kid is. I ain't that fancy.
Hey, man, I'll take that right now in the heartbeat right now. You right now, bro. All right.
But I am that fat.
Good, guys.
Anyway.
Let's get back to it.
Really quick.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Easy. Everybody, really quick. Public service announcement. All right, PSA. Listen. I just punch it in. Everybody right now, take a second. If you got X, you go to it. It's really easy.
X to social media, guys.
All right. And yeah, that's social media.
I hate the name. I don't know why they did that.
Yeah, I was watching something about they're suing them all. But anyway, and now I am following. Oh, wait, I was following. Okay, but anyway,
my guy, I appreciate.
All right,
you.
It's real simple. Everybody get there and go do that. Let's build this man's thing back up. It's not fair. I don't know. I have like a two feeling about it. Like, what? Why the hell are you taking your time to steal my stuff, whether it's money or accounts or all this stuff, when you could be doing something incredibly, probably be a millionaire if you knew how to do your craft well. On the other hand, I go, damn, can you show me how to do this? So anyway,
hey man, I hear you. It's crazy that they do this type of stuff. It really stinks. But you know, this is how people are. I mean, they don't, you know, I realize that you know, as humans, we got to be better, because sometimes we don't think about our actions and how it affects other things. I'm going to say this real quick. And this not only because, you know, I don't want to get all preachy, guys. I like to humanize certain things, but I want to do it quick so we don't get off track. I saw something last night, or was it this morning? I think it was last night, about a woman who would take 911 help calls. And because she was such a terrible person, she would cut calls off instead of actually dealing with the calls. One family called. They were dealing with a really bad issue. They called back a few different times. She didn't do anything, and she just ignored the calls and let it go, and something tragic happened because of it. So just why as people, why? Like, let's just be better. You know what I mean? Let's just be better. That's all I can say. It's crazy.
If you're on a job like that, you need to have a test every year, because you 100%. Hear things and see things or whatever. Like, if you're in a frontline thing, you need to be tested on a regular basis, because your mind's going to consistently change. I
agree. That's true too. Sometimes you never know. Life is overwhelming, and you can start off. Like you see, I'm in a really great mood right now. Tomorrow it could be different, you know. And if I'm one of those people that is in a position where, you know, my psyche is important for what's happening with you. Yeah, 100%. Okay.
Yeah, it was me. It's okay.
Knicks stuff. How do you guys feel about the current state of the Knicks and what I said in reference to? Well, let's start with what I said in reference to that first. Let's go from there. I'll go, you know, in order of D-Rex, Nick Nation, back to Jay. How do you feel about me saying that the Knicks are not a defensive team? They're not an offensive team. They are a balanced team. What do you think, D-Rex?
I kind of don't agree. Honestly, I know what the numbers are. We've talked about this a few different times before. I think we're an offensive team that's like getting a little bit better defensively, but I don't think we're quite the level of what we want defensively yet. Definitely all the numbers are in the right direction. I'm not going to lie and say we're a defensive nightmare or anything like that. The numbers are in the direction we want them to be, so I can't be mad about that. And I'm usually not so much an eye test guy, but I'm just saying what I see, you know. The offense is great. Still could be better. Like for me, I'll look to the OKC game. A lot of people are pointing to that game as like a moral victory. Oh, we only lost by 3. To me, I look at it as the opposite. That's how little the margins of victory are between victory and losing against a team like that. That's the game where some players that we were really hyping up didn't play well. I'll talk about that later. But in a game we lost by 3 points, Cat didn't get a 3-point attempt, which we usually, it's like a back and forth after every game. Oh, Cat had this many attempts, this, that. That one 3-point attempt could have been the game, you know? So people get at me like I'm a nitpicker, I'm a this, I'm a that. That's why I nitpick. Because when it comes to, I guarantee you OKC is going to be much more of a nitpicker than me in a 7-game series. I guarantee you that. So I think the offense is looking great, especially in the last game, something that I've been begging for all season. I don't know why 20 games before the playoffs, they finally decided to start throwing lobs to Mitch, but I'm hallelujah. They finally figured it out. Amen. I don't know what took so long. I've been begging, like, I came on here earlier and I said, look, we do pick and rolls without the roll at the end. You do a pick with nothing. I never understood why. And then at the end, if you throw the ball to Mitch, not only he scores, but then they have to go and guard. Oh, and now I understand the pick. Like, I don't understand why it took so long, but I don't want it to be a 1-game thing. Because that should be something that if you replicate it every game, not just for Mitch, also for Huck Porty, even for Cat, he's not such a great roll guy, but every big man, every roller that you set a pick with, it benefits the whole team. It's not just that Mitch benefits. Everybody benefits. So everybody who could roll, then the guy who's I have to go chase him to the rim. And then the guy who's shooting or doing the pick or, you know, whatever, he has space. It's just, that's why you do pick and rolls. So that for me was, even in a game like, you know, Denver, we own Denver at this point. I usually hate to say stuff like that, but
I mean, it's true.
We smoked them. I know that OG owns Denver. We own Denver. I'm sorry. We own Denver. I don't know. It's not that they're a bad team, but they're a bad match. Like the Spurs.
It's the matchup.
Spurs. We just have a good matchup for whatever reason. So I will say that was a huge development for me, that they're actually doing lobs and they're actually doing real pick and rolls and they're actually trying to find Mitch. And even though we've had this whole Mitch has stone hands and he fumbles the pass, for me that was the biggest win of last night. Even beyond OG, we know OG can score. We know OG can score against Denver. Even the way he scored, there was differences there last night. But I think we're an offensive juggernaut, that we're still getting better offensively. The defense, I need to see more. I need to see more versus an elite team in general. And I would also say landing plane, OKC, Pistons, and now the Cavs, because I feel like that the trade deadline was a major win for the Cavs against the Knicks. They're definitely a better team against the Knicks. So I need to see everything we're like spinning the block on. I need to see it against those teams.
Okay. Now, you know, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree that the eye test will tell you a lot. But if in the end, if you see guys maybe missing certain assignments or not switching where they need to, or certain guys scoring the basketball, but at the end of the game, you're still keeping the team to this amount of points, or overall you look at the shooting numbers and the team that you're playing didn't shoot well as a team, don't you take that as the team stepped up and did what they needed to do on defense? Even if go ahead. No, I'm just going to say, even if, because this is the NBA and you really can't stop these players that are really good. You can just slow them down if you're lucky.
No, I agree. You're not going to just shut down an amazing offensive player. Like, nobody's going to, I put the clamps on SGA, he got 0 points. That doesn't happen. It just doesn't exist. That being said, though, I really believe in process over results, because that same process that got you good results against, let's say, the Raptors, against a better team will not get you the same results.
Right. That's
so.
Fair. Yep.
For example, in that Raptors game, in the first 8-minute stretch, even though Josh Hart finished with a positive plus minus, in that first 8-minute stretch, he had literally 0 stats. Right. Does it mean Josh Hart is a bad player? No. But perhaps he shouldn't be in the starting lineup, or perhaps he could improve defensively. Just as one example, even though we won.
No, I hear you. And
let's save that one.
I would say that my only thing that I look at differently is the fact that the numbers are what the numbers are. To me, I think the numbers, I don't know how you guys feel. I watch every Knicks game just like you do. I feel like the numbers are surprising. I'm actually shocked at how good defensively the Knicks are.
I agree.
Not only the fact that they've been number one over the last 20 some odd games, but the fact that now they're number 7 overall in the league. They're a top 10 defense, guys. The same team that we were like, man, if they could be a top 15 defense, then maybe we'll have something. If they can get top 10, we should be great. You guys remember these conversations? Now we're top 10, and it's like, I know, but you guys watch it when they play. And I'm not talking about you, D-Rex, because you're not the only one that feels that way. We see the games. It just doesn't feel like it, but it is. It's happening in front of us. And even when they struggle, that's how good. So hold on. That's another thing that I'm trying to say. That's how good of an offensive team they are. Because even when they looked bad, when they live and die by the 3, they're 3rd in the NBA in scoring. They're still that good.
I would say we don't have a signature defensive performance to point to and be like, that's the game where you see the modern Knicks defense. Like yesterday was a landmark offensive performance. That's really why we won. OG went crazy. JB didn't go crazy scoring, but from the assist point of view, he did. So we've seen a few games where you could point to and be like, that's the Knicks offense 2026. Wow, you could hang your hat on it. A defensive game like that we haven't really seen,
That there's some truth to that. I do think we have a game that was very, very really good defensively. I will say that, but that's part of my reasoning that I'm saying like.
What about the Spurs game? Anyway, sorry.
This is what I'm talking about. Like there's a moment where you're like, maybe, but I see what you're saying. It is a lot. I just think what it is, Mike P. I think that D-Rex. I think what it is that we are it's easy for us to do everything offensively. So we take it for granted because you could say, hey, the Knicks wake up out of bed, they go to the arena, offenses should be there. I get it. Well, the defensive side, we still need more time. And I'm telling you, the way they're playing right now, I don't think this is stopping. So by the time we get to the actual playoffs, I think we're going to say, okay, the Knicks really are defensive minded too. I think they are a defensive team as well. But I'm sorry. The reason why I can't put one over the other is because defensive teams that play defense don't have this Knick offense, right? And offensive teams that have the Knick offense don't play what the level of defense the Knicks are playing right now. That's why I'm like, they're a little different than I've ever seen before. That's why I'm calling them balanced. I'm just making my case. You're obviously feel free to disagree and state your reasons. I'm just telling you why I feel this way. No big deal. I agree with you, though. I understand. It takes some time, and we're still buying into it if it's real because we know we've seen the Knicks. But what I haven't seen from the Knicks is that I don't even want to say it. Knock on wood, yo. I haven't seen that, that letdown. And you know what the letdowns are. It's not people look at Detroit and say, no, it's not that. It's the going up against the Wizards and getting blown out by 20. Like that is what I'm talking about. We saw a little of that last year. We haven't seen a lot of that this year.
Awkward losses this year, I would say.
Yeah, but not to that extent. I think we did lose to the Wizards this year, actually. But I also feel like the Knicks have changed. They were one team at one point, and ever since that point, they've been a different team. Because remember, we are still
Dallas. The Dallas game was really bad. We lost.
Yeah, the Dallas one was real, but the Dallas. By the time we started playing Dallas had started to play. Because remember, early in the season, it was all this. Everybody's out. Cooper Flag is a bust. By the time we played Dallas, he had started to become the real Cooper Flag, you know. But I hear you. I'm with you. Let me move on and get everybody's points, and we'll go from there. Nick Nation,
how's it going, bro?
What's your feeling about the Knicks' identity? Do you think we're balanced, or are you leaning a certain way?
I'm leaning with you. I agree about as far as the balance. Statistical numbers are showing it. The eye test is showing it. I kind of spoke about this a little bit earlier this morning as well, on Dope Soul.
Mm-hmm.
But where I'm at with it is that I like to give credit where credit is due, because we did the same thing as we attacked, what we saw as far as the defensive coordinator. The defensive coordinator, I guess, through stats, whatever it has been, scheme wise, and whatever collective he has done, he's gotten it to a point where this defense looks legit.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the narrative early on was that Cat was a turnstile, Brunson were a turnstile, where people would say you can't have your two best players where they have no point of anchoring at all on defense. That narrative has now changed, but due to the defensive coordinator who has created a style of defense that critically works for them, their ability to hold people out the paint and stop allowing people to get downhill so fast. Now some of the elite are still going to be able to do what they do.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, where we come in, some guy named Ruda Radovic comes in and hits, drops a 50, 8, 9, 10 3-pointers out of nowhere. A lot of that has settled down and a lot of that has stopped. So I have to give credit where credit is due. You know what I mean? If you want to give it to defense coordinator, you want to give it to Mike Brown, whatever you want to do. But that narrative and those guys have placed forward, just as Queen would say, is that I contributed it to the scheme. She contributed to them buying into the effort point of the scheme as well, which I thought was a great valid point, that these guys have truly bought in. It's the maturation that we had to watch and see that to the human eye just looks ugly, because when we were going through it, it just was like, oh God, like this is not going to work, or this is not going to do this. But
Mm-hmm.
numbers probably showed them that slowly that these guys were picking it up. And slowly it looks like they began to where a point that where we are now, where we start to look like more of an elite defense. You can't discount what the numbers are when the numbers have been consistent. I get where you're coming from, Rex, because you see for certain games, but overall, because we have to take the season and the overall gesture is, when early on when we were playing, we were in the 20s. We were like 23 for a long time on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And to bring yourself down to and then to bring yourself down to number 7 takes a lot of commitment, takes a lot of effort, and takes a lot of communication and discussing and things like that. For these guys to now be able to physically see what it looks like is when you start to say to yourself, yeah, I believe in it and I'm buying in. And right now, through how many games? Is it 16, 17 games, I believe? We are number one. We're the number one defense. If that's not a really good sample size, I really don't know what is, because we've had a bunch of adverse teams in there in between that, and we've still been able to handle it and still been able to win. You can't discount what we've done. We want to honor when we do back-to-backs or whatever it may be. This player's not here, that player's not there. That's the NBA, and that has been the NBA from the beginning of time and will be point to the end. Players go in, players go out. But right now, for every player who has been on this team and has been in this rotation, has committed heavily to it. So with that being said, yeah, because we know what we can do once our offense, gets there and explodes. We know what we can do. So there's no discounting that we are a balanced team. We're still, we may not be the number 3 openly offense right now. Those numbers may be a little bit off and misconstrued in a sense. But what we're doing, what it takes to win, I'm still going to hang my hat on defense, period, point blank, because your role players at home tend to play better offensively. But if those same role players can put on what they still do defensively, regardless if they're hitting their shots or not, I'll take that every time. You know, I want them to score, but I'll take that every time. Carrying a point and putting certain things and saying that here, our defense will project into our offense. And as long as I think we keep that mindset, I think the sky's the limit. So, Ron, in a long nutshell around the way, I took you around the block to get you across the street, but I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Jay, what are you doing? You want to go up to that roof? What are you doing? I got a job for you, bro.
I'm on the roof right now.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm paying, like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna give you that funky 40. I'm gonna give you that funky $40.
Bro, you're gonna have to call the fire department if I went up there, bro.
It sounds like a good deal. Listen, you can be on the roof. Make sure you're not on the ledge.
See if I know the ledge.
Yo, you nice with it today, bro. You are feeling
man. You know, I'm just in my bag. B, holla at your boy. Stay up, one yourself. Tupac all day, every. Okay, sorry.
All
right.
Bars.
Nah, man. Nah,
bars today. Oh my God.
I'm just in a good mood. My coffee, and you know what it is? I'm surprised I'm still in a good mood because I had a weird coffee, y'all. You know how me, foofy up, pinky up, y'all. I'll be having some wild. I'll try anything once. No, that's not true.
Whoa.
I'll try some coffee. I'll try some coffee. Today was banana flavored. What? Yeah, I know. What? That's what I said. It was all right. It was weird, but it was all right. All right, continue, Jay. My bad.
All right. I didn't start, but I will say this. Good afternoon.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. Continue. See, now you started. No, now you continue.
No, I don't remember. Okay, anyway. Okay, here we go. I'm turning next Saturday, the big 5-0, and I'm starting to notice. Congratulations. And today's my father's birthday. And,
happy birthday for Pops.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. But then, so we're a week apart. It happens to be, I think, every year. So, and then my son's the 18th. So yeah, we have a big month. Anyway, long story short, yeah, it's dope. Here's what I feel. Here's what I see. And if it glitches out, ever since we had that major storm and they were doing some work outside for somebody else's whatever, if it goes out or something goes out, it's your internet. Okay. Anyway, okay. I'm just playing. All right. Look, two things can be right at the same time. I'm always saying that. Yes, we are an offensive team by nature. We are a fantastic when we are gelled together and we are rolling. We put up gaudy. This year we have been putting up. Last night we put up gaudy offensive numbers. So when you see us win a game, maybe 107-99, you say some people who could some people could say, oh, look, they're not scoring as much as they used to. Mm-hmm. Those are people who are looking at their offense. Mm-hmm. But they're not seeing the 99, right? And, you know, the 99 part, that's like in this era of basketball where people were like on a night-to-night basis, the scores of 132 to 126, mm-hmm. You gotta say to yourself, that is incredibly impressive. And for a little while, I felt that they were dumbing down their defense, their mm-hmm. offense, mm-hmm. in order to become this defensive, heading to become a defensive juggernaut.
Right.
Because they're an offensive juggernaut and they are becoming an amazing defensive team. But if you could be both a juggernaut in both, then you're a championship team. Mm-hmm. And I think that some people are looking at two people the wrong way, and that is our two best players, JB and OG. No, that was a rile up somebody. I'm only messing around.
I knew where
Even though I do believe OG is the most important player on our team. I'll get to that later.
Okay.
All right. JB and Cat, right? When you see Cat have a 17-13 game, something like that, with a handful of assists, that is him incorporating other people into the game, trying to get back, getting back on defense, putting himself in front of people. His ticky-tack fouls have went down. The both hands in the sky. The hooking has slowed down. All that is like really took a real nosedive, which is fantastic. JB getting in front of somebody at 6 feet and doing what you can to do that. Like, I think once we had the Brooklyn Brawler come over here, you could see that JB, because what Alvarado does so well is he makes up for his lack of size by sticking to the person like jeans, right? Like these new skinny jeans that kids are wearing, whatever. He's on them like an undershirt, you know what I'm saying? Like skin.
Mhm.
So, but is he defensively a wizard? No, he is just an energized, like non-stop moving person who stays in front of their player and makes them feel his presence. JB is starting to do that, and so is Cat. They're both doing that. OG to me is the middle of what you would call it, the middle of all this. When OG plays incredible defense the way he can, to me OG could guard 1 through 5. We saw it last night when he was shoving and pushing around with Joker, right? And when he jumped in front of Murray in the beginning, in the first quarter, and when he did all that, he could. I really believe on his best day he could get. Doesn't mean that he can't get got by people. He can, of course, but he anchors that defense the way Mitch used to anchor that defense, and I'm not quite sure if anybody is. I don't really care. I'm just gonna speak my piece. I would love to have Mitch on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, playing 25 minutes at least, and that would change I think we would be number 1 or 2 on defense if that was the case. But we don't have that, and I'm glad he's not injured and all that. But it does something to us that he can't play back-to-backs. It does something to us that he's not there on a regular basis. However, we are doing things and dumbing ourselves down a little bit on offense in order to work on our defense. So instead of scoring 133 and letting them score 115, we are now getting 107 to 99s. 103, right? 103 to well, what did we have the other day? It was 1-8, whatever it was, to 80 something.
Yeah.
So we definitely are becoming a much better defensive team. And I said this from the beginning of the year. If we could be a top 5 offensive team and a top 10 defensive team, then we should win the championship. I've upped it because I really believe if we could be a top 5, we don't have to be a top 3, a top 5, even over the third, a top 5 offensive team, though I believe we're going to be 3 or better, and a top 7 defensive team. I really believe that we're going to win this year, and everybody should get their parade stuff ready because I'm feeling really good about this team, and everybody seems to have bought in. I want to say one last thing. I think that some of this stuff is on players only, because it was after that players only sit down that they had together that went on that winning streak. And I had a real bad problem with Brown because he would, after he didn't stick up for his man, when he didn't stick up for Cat in Golden State and was smiling all the time, sitting down, hands in his pocket, not doing anything, laughing at, I looked like he was laughing by himself. I don't know what the hell was happening. But something happened the other day when Brunson got ran over. He woke up, he stood up, and it was good to see him grab a tech. I would love to have seen him grab someone by their neck. Not well, maybe I did. Maybe I do like to see that. But
get more techs. I agree.
Right, get more techs. What does it hurt? Like, what does it hurt to stand up for your guys? What does it hurt to stand up? Just stand up and walk around. I'm not looking for a Tibbs that couldn't sit down. Somewhere in between the two, right? Somewhere in between the two. So I think some of this is coaching. A lot of this is the shooting coach, and a lot of it is just the players buying into playing together. I don't know if it's a scheme. I don't know if it's a play calling. I don't know about any of that. I think they bought in as being a family, as being a team, as being congruent, being gelled up, and they're playing really good basketball. And I don't care what anybody says. A loss is a loss. I'm never going to say you can't take anything back. I can't take crap back that I did in my life. But that game, SGA running over Brunson, not getting the third foul, that was like a Jordan rule. That was waxy. That was horrible. And they only didn't call it because it had been his third foul. So I think that everybody should watch out. The Knicks are coming for sure. And I think we should be excited about it. And I hope today, I know that you're talking about balance right now, so I'm not going to jump to a different thing. But I hope today we could talk a little bit about Diawara and possibly him being in the starting unit and Hart back on the bench. But that's just something I want to throw out there, and I could back up some reasons why I felt that way. But it was also nice to see the kids out there. Dadier looked good for his little time. So we are a balanced team. We're definitely more offensively than we are defensively, but we are becoming a balanced team.
Okay, I can rock with that.
Yeah.
First, I want to say thank you to those few people of the 10 followers, or no, now there's more now, a couple more. Maybe we're at 15. I like that. Right. Shout out to the 3 people that are watching on X. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to people who are tuned in on Facebook, and I appreciate the like. Shout out to my guy Juan Lopez. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. But I do want to say this, guys, because the algorithm be algorithming.
Oh, I could do the Facebook one too.
I would love for you, if you haven't already done so, to smash that like button. If you don't know what it looks like, it looks a little something like this. Thank you. Because we have currently 91 people watching, and we have 7 likes. Come on, y'all. Y'all don't like me? Come on. Anyway, please smash that like button. I know we get caught up. I've done it myself. When I watch different shows, I'll tune in. I'm like, these are my guys. I'm ready. And then I'm just locked in. Yep. I see you, Sha. Okay, Divine. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Like, my bad. I do it. I've done it. Smash that like button, people. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all. Okay. So let me get this off the screen and put the other thing on the screen. Now, when I put this on the screen, y'all be like, but I think that we talked about that running away. No, it's a little different with this guy. So we've already talked about Cat. I think everybody can agree that Cat is playing better basketball. Over the last 3 weeks, he is definitely seems like something has clicked, and we appreciate every moment of it. Let's keep it going. But has this gentleman right here, has he bought in?
Can I jump in on this one? This is an
Absolutely,
It's going you first.
yes.
So I think in the last few games, you actually have seen him buy in, because for a lot of the season, I remember some really vitriolic arguments that I've had with Knicks fans saying, like, not that he shouldn't take a step back. I don't like when people phrase it that way, but you want him to be more of a dynamic, not a shooting guard, a point guard that makes other people around him better, and where the direction of the threat is more ambiguous. If it's just one guy shooting, okay, he's not going to drop 50 every night. Let's be honest. We saw it already a few times, a few seasons, that if the whole scoring gravity of the team is one guy, you double him, you win in the end. It's not very hard to guard. And people don't like to talk about it. I always bring it up, but Game 6 of the Pacers, ECF, Jalen Brunson had 6 turnovers. Is it because Jalen Brunson's a bad basketball player, or is it because he was the entire offense? You know what I'm saying? So we know the guy can play basketball at this point. We know he can score. When it comes to the fourth quarter, do whatever you want. Do whatever you take, as many shots as you feel like you need to win the game. But in the last 3 games, I feel like he probably had like 40 assists, 45 assists, some crazy number like that. Yesterday, how much did he have? He had 15 with 1 turnover, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is that less impressive than that he had 50 points or something? Why? What's the difference?
Yeah,
I don't understand why. My whole thing is like, he's good at passing. He's actually very skilled at passing. So why not just do it more? It makes everybody else better. So for me, it's like it's not like he's buying him, but it's like the same way that Cat needed to adjust to the system, also Jalen Brunson needs to adjust to the system. And, again, I always go back to the first.
That is buying in. To the part of the adjustment is buying in, because that creates the adjustment. It allows you to say, okay, this is what needs to be done. I have to do it in order for it to work. So continue, though. That's all I wanted to put out there.
I'm going to land my plane with, I go back to the very first bucket of the season, was against the Cavaliers. That, for me, was very symbolic of how I thought the offense should flow. If people recall, Mitchell Robinson wasn't available. Huckporty started. We had action where Jalen Brunson, somehow without the ball in his hand, ended up in the corner. I think Huckporty threw it to Cat, or Cat threw it to something like that. One of the bigs threw it to Jalen Brunson in the corner. Nobody was around him because he was moving without the ball. Easy corner bucket. We never saw that once under Tibbs. That for me was like the in a nutshell of what I want from this new, better offense of Mike Brown. That there's going to be so much going on elsewhere that they're not even looking at Jalen Brunson. He gets the easy corner bucket. Then the team becomes a nightmare to guard.
Mm-hmm.
Because if all you have to do is just dog pile on Jalen Brunson, how good can he be to escape 5 people guarding him? You know what I mean? Nobody's that good, really. So when you see that you're making it easier for him like that, and it's facilitating the whole offense of the team. Look, last night he shot terrible, but he was still like a plus 19 or whatever. He was a plus 19 going 3 of 13 from the field with 15 assists. That to me is a blueprint. That to me is a blueprint of that, and a lot of those assists were to Cat, and a lot of those assists were, again, hallelujah, mazel tov to Mitch. Lobs. For so long we heard the excuse that he's too short. He's just throw the lob, bro. Mr. Robinson's 7 feet 2. What are you talking about? He will do it. He will slam that thing down.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, he is buying in, and I think it makes the entire team better.
Okay, I can agree with that. That sounds good. I do think that I do think that Jalen Brunson has you know what, I'll hold until everybody says what they got to say. I'm gonna do it different this time. Continue. Nick Nation in the building. Let's go.
I'm going to say yes, he has bought in to a huge degree, but he has his moments where he lapses. Defensively, I believe he's bought in full degree. Offensively, he has his lapses where he can get into an ego kind of driven thing, and he has his moments. You know, you'll look at, let's just take like even the Milwaukee game where the young kid, the light skinned young kid, you know what I mean? He looked like he was trying to, he looked like Rollins, I believe his name is, right?
Rollins.
Ryan Rollins.
Rollins.
Is it Ryan
Who
Rollins?
cooked
Rollins.
earlier this
Rollins.
season?
Yeah. So it looked like Rollins tried to, you know what I mean? He's a young upcomer. So he looked like he said, you know what? I'm going to go at Brunson and then see if Brunson, you know, can come back at me, because he was talking to him and other things like that. And Brunson, you know, sometimes will take it personally and, you know, he'll buy in. And when he does things like that, on some of it, it does kind of look like, or gives us the perception that he is kind of slipping back kind of a little bit more to the Tibbs kind of thing, and, you know, really going at players and just going at it and getting a lot of things for himself. There are times where we look where we see that, you know, he's got 2, 3 guys around him and he's still taking a shot. So do you know what I mean? That it's not my personal opinion. This is just what I see. Our offense doesn't call for that. So therefore, that means that he has his moments where he is just, you know, which is in ways is good and with some ways is bad, because then it makes him a little as predictable, you know, because you don't want to become predictable in basketball. So at times, you know, will he put the team, you know, more, try to put the team more on his back to the detriment of at times? He still has his moments of it, you know, but to me, they're less. So that's a win. When they're less, that's a win, you know. But the bottom line is that we're still going to need Brunson to be Brunson in those fourth quarters, these tight games, these last 5 minutes it comes down to. And that takes work and that takes practice. So if he totally abandons it, where does that put us? I don't, for this team right now, because we're so new still in this system, even though 60 something games, it's still new for a system to say that, okay, I know what all the nuances are in the system. And I, you know what I mean, and the other players have figured out where to go and be. And a lot of times it doesn't. And when things tighten up, you need a guy who's still in practice, who's still in work with it, and who can still get it done. Because let's not act like there has been moments where we run into another heavily defensive team and guys can't get it going. And we all of a sudden we need Brunson to promote that footwork and get in the game and do what he does. But overall, I just think that for the most part, he has bought in, but he has his moments. So that's just my take on it.
Yeah, I think that's fair point. Okay, all right. Jay, what's your thoughts? Has Jalen Brunson bought in?
Heavily. And this is why I'm going to say that. I think for many years now, not many years, let's say about a year and change, the man was in possibly 2024, right? Where he had to do what he had to do. There was no other way to do it. Everybody was hurt. Everybody was down. It was Brunson. It was DiVincenzo. iHeart. That was it. I think he got stuck in that mode for about a year.
Mm.
And when he got stuck in that mode, I don't think it was a la mode like Rex does on X, but I think it was a mode that he got stuck in, and you could tell that he is working on it, because if you are for the entire year in the top 5, 6 in scoring and willing to get if you don't think that you think that he's missing shots or he's taking less shots. Go look at the numbers. His shots are less. They're less shots. His assists have went way up. We're doing things that we asked him to, that we wanted him to do. Whether I hear my brother Nick Nation's point over there, that as a point guard he wants to do that. He's not a point guard. He is a combo guard. He is a scoring guard. That we need him to be also a distributor. And because he wasn't that and didn't need that, and he plays his best basketball alongside an actual point guard, because he is a combo or a two guard, in my opinion, but a short one. Because since he's a good ball, since he handles the rock good, and since he can pass, we look at him. He's a point guard. He's the point guard. He is the point guard on our team, but he is not a pure point guard. He is a scorer, and now he is dumped. He has taken part of his game, which goes to show you that being in the top 5 of scoring doesn't even matter to him, because he is not shooting as much and passing more and getting people involved more. Double digits in assists many times in the last few weeks. That means that he's brought into a system where other people get involved because of him. When we were saying, oh, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that, and he's not doing that. I still think he needs a point guard alongside of him. Like a distributor alongside of him. Because when he has that, he has ability to get free. And we saw that last night. After he was getting rid of the ball and passing it around or whatever, other people were bringing it up, and he was freeing himself. So, yes, I do believe 1,000% that Brunson is bought in. We all could everybody can have their favorite player. Everybody can have whatever they want. They can take shots on whatever they want at whoever they want. But you can say whatever you want. You don't have Jalen Brunson on this team, we're not this team, period. We're not nearly as good as we are right now. And even if he's been a point guard forever because of his height, because of the way he can handle the rock, it still doesn't make him a point guard. Because a point guard is usually, in my opinion, 15 to 20 points, 10 to 12 assists. This man's a 30-point scorer on the regular and could do it on the regular. And he would still do it with 7 assists. So, there's many other people on this team that could be interchangeable. The fact is, this is not one of them. He's not one of them, and he bought into it.
Okay.
And I think it's going to make the kids better by not shooting as much and distributing to them. And I hope he does what Rex says and starts doing the pick and pop, pick and roll, and finding them. There's a very interesting interaction yesterday between him and Diawara, and I'll get into that a little bit afterwards. But yes, he bought in, and there's no doubt about it.
My only pushback on what Jay is saying is that I'm not going to go as far as saying that Brunson's not a point guard. I think the difference is what we're trying to, I'm going to split the baby a little bit here, is I'm going to say he is a point guard. The difference is that what I think Jay is really looking at and saying is that he's not a floor general. So those are different
No,
things.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's not a point guard.
Because then if you said those same things, is would you say Steph Curry is not a point guard?
No, he's not a point guard. He's a shooter.
But he is, because Steph
Right.
can do it. What's named the best, but he's
And
just
so
not
can
necessarily.
Jalen. And so can Jalen.
Yeah, but the difference is they're just not floor generals. Floor general is a different thing. Like let's say just even on his own team, Kolek, he's a floor general.
Definitely.
But he's still not the point guard of what Jalen Brunson is. But he is a floor general. That's just the way his game is choreographed. But you can't then say that they're not point guards, because how do you then turn around with a guy on 2 consecutive games, and he's done this before in other games too, and distributed 15 names? It's what he tends to focus on and how he tends to be built. But he's just not built just naturally as a floor general, because he opts to do more of the scoring point and put that load on his back. But can he at any point in time and turn that around? He shows that he can. He shows that he can. But there's a the only different point is one is considered, when you look at them and how they game, is is floor generals. That's a little bit different than just saying what's
if you heard
guard.
the beginning of what I said, that's why I said he bought in. He bought in by not shooting as much, not scoring as much, and distributing the ball. He could be what a combo guard is a guy who could be a point guard and a scorer, a 2 guard. The fact is that's what he is. He is that. So yes, I'm not saying he's not a point guard or a floor general. What I'm saying is he has the ability to be both, because he's such a heavily scoring person. He's also a 2 guard. So we're talking about like pure point guards. Lately, we've been seeing that, right? He's distributing, he's making other people better, he's doing all that. That's what a good point guard does. He makes everybody else better on their team. For me, I would say that he could be a floor general, or he could be a shooting monster. But at some point, if he could figure out where to go, like maybe 22 and 10, then he would be the point guard that we're talking about.
I mean, I
not
think
not 30 one night with 5 assists and 34 with 5 assists, or one night with 12 points and 14 assists, and even them out. And then I would agree 1,000% with you. But Kolek is definitely more of that what you're saying. But he, for me, he was stuck for about a year on that thing, and now he is starting to buy into the fact that he needs to become the floor general, if that makes sense for you.
What were you going to say, D-Rex?
Well, it actually kind of leads into something else that I wanted to talk about. But, I remember there was this whole conversation last year of that, Kolek, his playmaking is great, but they're not going to respect his playmaking until he can demonstrate his threat as a scorer. And I think kind of the inverse is happening with JB, where he's realizing, like, I have crazy gravity as a scorer. What if I used it to do other things than just to score? You know what I mean? Because even if he's not shooting well on any individual given night, he's going to get a double team. I mean, he's Jalen Brunson. You know what I'm saying? So by using that to make an assist or a pass, and lately something that he's been doing a lot that I like, it's very cool looking, I have to say also, he'll like dribble up to the line and then do like a little behind the back, like bounce behind the back to somebody. You know what I'm talking about? That really slick. That's cool. I like that.
That's pretty. I would say, I think you guys are all making good points, and I think you're all right in certain aspects of what you're saying. I just think it all plays together. I personally think that it's just the mindset. I do think JB has bought in. It's still early, but I feel like he's bought in. I feel like it's been I've been gradually seeing it, right? I told you.
Can I say on just want to actually just say something because I really like. I feel like I've been hard on him, or people say I'm like a JB hater.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually really proud of him, especially of the last 2 games, because I feel like in prior games he would have seen it. You know, because they're NBA players. Of course, they look at their own stat lines. Let's be honest. You know, I think he would have looked at his own stat line of going 3 of 13 from the field and said, "No, I need more shots. I need more points." He just wouldn't have felt comfortable or something, you know. But he really didn't care, I feel like, or wasn't bothered. It's like, I'm going to be pure PG tonight. I'm going to be pure PG, pure floor general, whatever you want to call it. And it was the right decision for the game, you know, even though he had 2 points at halftime, whatever it was, you know.
Yeah, I'm not, like I say, I'm not lost on the points of how he is and the difference, because the basic is this is the basic thing is how you see the difference in them is one, Brunson manipulates to score. And then if an assist comes, it comes. I'll take just for an example so that we, keep it in unison, a guy like Kolek. Kolek manipulates the defense to pass, where those are different. And that's the key difference in him and why I don't call him a floor general. Because naturally it just comes to floor generals that's what they're doing. The scoring comes on the secondary point of it, but them having the ability to just naturally, it's just part of their game. They've grown it through from when they were young kids or not, and they've come up and they manipulate a defense to get an assist. So those are the main key factors of where we could split the baby at, and that's the point of it. Why I was saying is that he just isn't. He's not a natural floor general where he just looks to dictate and do that, because his manipulation is a lot of times is to score.
Right. So then you agree with me. That's exactly what I was saying. I was saying that.
Yes,
100%. But maybe I didn't say it the way you.
Well,
yeah,
no,
but you preface it by saying he's not a point guard.
You took the point guard title away from him.
Yes, from him.
Because
there is. Let me get back on.
The titles and the framing and the naming of what it is.
Right. Because I do think that there is 3 levels of point guards. I do think there's that Jalen Brunson level of a guy who can be a willing passer. I don't want to say he's a floor general, because I agree with you guys who whenever you say he's not, because floor generals just have a different vision when they're passing, right? Yep. It's not just about being willing to pass. It's about just really seeing the floor and understanding how your pass is going to open things up for everybody. And floor generals basically pass you into spots, right? And they put you into good situations where you may not even be moving that way. And over there, over here, pass the ball, lead you a little bit to a layup, pass the ball over here, right where you need it to get you the good shot. Because it's not just about leading people. It's also about throwing passes. You guys know, if you learned basketball growing up, they teach you how to throw a pass. It's not just throw a pass to a guy. It's also throw a pass so they can catch it where they want, so they don't bring the ball down, so they get quicker into good, position to shoot a shot. Jalen Brunson is not a bad passer, but I will say I think there's other guys who pass the ball actually better than him. You know what I mean? Not just also seeing but how you throw the pass too. I think other people throw the passes better, and that also helps a guy get into the right spot to take a shot before the defense can clamp on him. It all matters. I will say this, though. I will say that there's 3 differences. So I'm just going off of real quick. My 3 differences of point guards. JB is that one that he's funky. He's on the edge. You could easily see he could be a 2 guard, right? But I always point to this. When JB was with Dallas, before he spelled Luka, he was passing the ball. I seen him come into the Garden facing the Knicks, and I'm like, I didn't really like him, because the Knicks have been talking about JB for years. He could be a good backup point guard for whoever we had, not a starter. And I was like, I don't know about him. But when he would come in with Dallas to the Garden, he would set guys up. He was a much better passer at those times because that was his role. That's what he looked to do. He would score a little bit, but he would pass a little bit more. Then we started to see when Luka was out he would start taking over and coming into his own. And then he had the big moments in the playoffs. And then we saw the evolution of Jalen Brunson becoming more than what he thought he was. And then when he got to the Knicks, forget it. He was out of here. So that's
I
one
think
point.
this is another step of his evolution, what we're seeing right now.
No, I agree. I can agree with that. No, that's what I'm saying. With him buying into this system, you're seeing him evolving in a different way now. And I'm going to go back to that in 2 seconds. Then you got the pass first point guard. That's Tyler Kolek, right? He's got no choice but to pass first. Let me tell you something real quick. There's now no knock on Tyler Kolek, but if Tyler Kolek was a better offensive player, you would not see him passing as much as you do. He would be looking for his shot a little bit more. He'd still be a great passer. He'd still set guys up, but he'd be calling his own number. Then you got the premium pass scorer point guard, the Halliburtons, the Cade Cunninghams. These guys are the do it all. Like, it's easy for them. They're great floor generals, and they can score. That's to me, the 3 levels of point guards that I'm used to seeing. That guy that's on the fence that is leaning the other way, which is Jalen. Then you got the guy who's a pure pass first point guard, and you got the guy who just is so good on both ends of the ball. He's special. The Halliburtons, the Cade Cunninghams. So I just want to put that out there. I do think he's still a point guard because I've seen how good he can be as a pure point guard in the past. But I do know that his level has changed, his focus has changed, and what the Knicks need has changed. So he's just different. He's not those other guys, and he never will be.
We had a few super chats too, Ron. I got him.
Okay,
cool.
Thank you. He is a point guard. He's also a shooting guard. Okay? And so I know you do, but I just wanted my brother Butch to know. I got you, bro. Maybe I didn't word it the way I wanted to word it, but of course he's a point guard. He's a guy bringing the ball up every game. He's a point guard. He's a point guard. This eye is a little nearsighted, but this one here is real good. But I think that
I know what you're saying, though, Jay. I get it. I get it.
And I like how you broke that down. I do believe that he is smart enough to become a Halliburton.
Yeah,
I think that.
And Jay,
when he does, this team will be a.
Oh yeah, 100%. I want to tell you right now, if JB wanted to, he could have 10 assists every night. Easy, no problem. With 20 points.
Yeah.
But I will say, what does happen is guys are creatures of habit and they need rhythm. And the problem was when JB gets too pass conscious and tries to get other guys involved and steers away from his shot and getting his rhythm, he struggles. And that's where we're witnessing too. I'm going to tell you right now, some of these struggles you're seeing is not necessarily on the defense. This is JB deciding something else is a little bit more important at times. And because of that, he doesn't have a rhythm. Because we've seen him struggle and okay, he has a bad game here. He might have a subpar game the next game, but then he's on fire. You don't see too many games of him struggling. We've seen a little bit of that in the last couple weeks. So, and I know you already brought it up, Jay, and I'm going to get to the super chats, my people. I appreciate y'all. There's a tale of two stories here. Last night, he struggled. He was 3 of 13 from the field. He finished with 15 assists. Mm-hmm. The Oklahoma City game, he was 5 of 18. So that means he had 18 shots. Yeah. That's a lot of touches for a player. He still had 15 assists. Yep. Still had 15 assists. So you mean to tell me he took 18 shots? That's a big part of the offense. More shots than anybody, and he still wound up with 15 assists? It's showing me that he's buying into the system and understands that he's got to get people involved. Now, granted, of course, you say, Ron, well, he couldn't hit anything, so he had to pass the ball. Right. But he had 15 assists. He was moving the ball. So
let me ask you a question, Ron, real quick. Do you think, I'm sorry about that, Rex. Do you think it's possible that because he's ingratiated himself now more as a point guard that he is. I love you, buddy. That because he is now focusing on becoming that it's taking away from his shooting a little bit because I think so too.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
He is focusing now so much on being this 10+ assist man that it is taken away from him. And again, I'm going to say this last time, that will change. And when it changes, this whole team will change. And it will stay the same with the assists, and he will find that because we need JB to score.
100%.
Period.
He needs to find the sweet spot between starting to be that assist guy and still getting his shots and getting comfortable with his rhythm. Because that's the thing. He has decided that I'm going to pass the ball. Guys are knocking down shots. I believe in my teammates, and we're winning. And then when he gets the ball back, now he got no rhythm. Now he's struggling. And so it's becoming long nights for him offensively. He's got to find that sweet spot in between the two. And I think he will get there because there's still some good time between now and the playoffs, for him to get right. And by the time we get into the playoffs, there's always going to be some differences that happen with this team. We're going to get some more differences when we get there. We might get Deuce back. That's a difference. As much as we say, and I know Jay says it all the time, he wants to see Mitchell Robinson. Well, once we get to the playoffs, you're going to see Mitchell Robinson every game. There's no back-to-backs anymore. You're going to see him every game, and he's going to play the minutes. So we'll see how that changes the team. All this stuff is going to continue to evolve, and we're going to see where we go from here. The other thing I wanted to tell you with regards to JB, when JB turned this on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 games ago is the first game when I saw it and I said, something's different here. 11 games ago was the game right before the All-Star break. You know who we played? We played the Philadelphia 76ers. The Knicks beat the Sixers 138-89. You guys remember how many points JB had in that game? Don't cheat out there. You guys remember how many points JB had in that game?
Hold on.
No.
8 points.
138-89. JB had 8 points. You're like, but Ron, see, but that kind of goes to the whole thing, man. He didn't have his shots going, so he just, he took 6 shots.
Can I interject on that one? Because I don't like that interpretation. You could also look at it as a factor of like, oh, well, we're after the All-Star break. The teams have really understood how you're supposed to strategize. No.
This is before the All-Star break. This was the game right
that was the game. Okay, yes. So whatever. Still leading up to the more serious part of the season, the teams understand pretty much until now, if you shut down Jalen Brunson against the Knicks, you win. For the most part, right? So now that the games are getting more competitive, it's harder for him to get his shots because he's attracting more attention. And I think part of it is him realizing, like, I can get 30 points, but I don't have to get 30 points every single game for us to win. When I have to do it, I can, but do I automatically have to do it every single night, no matter what's happening in the game? No. Because if my process is I get 30 points, then I can start facilitating, you're going to get neither. You know what I mean? Because they're just going to shut you down, and you're just not going to be able to do anything. But now... We saw it last night against Denver. They tried to trap JB, throw it to OG. GG, shake my hand, you lose.
Yeah. And that's great. That's why you got to trust your teammates. And I agree with you. What I'm saying with regards to the Philadelphia game was very interesting because he shot 3 of 6 from the field. It's not like he wasn't shooting well. He just chose to take 6 shots. But you say, oh, well, Ron, that was a blowout. You know what I mean? Like JB wasn't really doing much. He only had 4 assists. He really didn't have to do anything, but he played 30 minutes. So that's him buying in and taking a back seat. You telling me JB only took 6 shots? He played 30 minutes and he was 50% from the field? People
said he was protesting.
Don't get me wrong. I do believe that's why I'm saying I think that's where it started. I believe that was the first game that he was. Listen. However you learn it, however it works, it works. I do think that that was the first game he was saying, you know what, y'all talking about me. I'm doing this. I'm doing too much. I'm going to let everybody else do their thing. And I do think he was honestly saying, I'm not going to shoot. I want to
also because like I think in the game prior, it was a Pistons game. Maybe he was like 5 of 34 or some crazy number like that in a prior game. So it was like an extreme overreaction. But I think maybe he saw like, wait, I don't have to take 1,000 shots for us to win and blow out the other opponent, and I don't have to work myself to the bone every game for the offense to get going. You know?
Yeah, that was the game. Actually, it was the Pacers game. We lost in OT. 137-134. He took 31 shots. But he shot 48% from the field. He finished with 40 points, but we lost. So yeah, and maybe that was
that night because that's a crazy number of shots.
Right, and that might have been the night that not only did he people were saying stuff maybe, but also he saw, man, I put up 40 points and I had 8 assists and I had 5 rebounds and we still lost. Maybe he said, you know what? Okay, this is how you guys feel. Let's go out the next night. I'm going to let my guys cook. And they cooked. And he didn't force the issue. But my whole point is, even if he did it in spite, he learned something from it. He said, oh, I was trying to show people something. Like, yo, y'all need me. But y'all went out there and took care of business. We won by 40 points. And I had 8 points. So maybe there's some truth to what people are saying. And I think that's when, like I said, I look at these little things. I don't know anything from Wall. It's all speculation. But I look at little things as, this is where it kicked off. Like the whole streak of us learning how to play and put our foot on the necks, that Brooklyn Net game. It was a blowout, but it was a blowout. Like you look at it like, damn, like these guys kept that. It ain't that. Let me tell you something. Even when you blow out a team, sometimes it's not that easy to like keep them there. And the Knicks were like pounding these dudes. Pause. Like it was over. So, yeah.
I'm too old to say pause. I think it's the corniest thing in the world. If you know that you love, right?
I'm trying to reel in the young people. You know what I mean?
I think it's great that you said it because lately I've never said it. I protested against it forever because I always said, "Yo, if you know who you are and you know what you are, you don't ever have to say that ever because you know that." I think it's a foolish thing.
100% agree with you, Jay. And just so you know, whenever I'm with my people, my friends. If you hear me say pause, just slap me in the face because they already know me. I'm not saying pause around y'all. Y'all crazy?
I'm remember that when we see each other. God forbid you say pause. The fact is though, I think I saw Jada Kiss do it, and they have the.
No, but don't look at them, Jay. They're weird. They Yonkers Harlem people. They can't not do it. It's like they get kicked out of the area if they don't say it.
It's true.
Yonkers and Harlem people gotta say it. That's different.
Gotta say it. Yeah, but they make it funny because they have the red. And the
I know they put a red flag on the pool.
Oh my God!
That does make it funny. I get it.
I mean, if the guy dunks hard, and you have to say that, there's something I think about you that you gotta check about. You know what I'm saying? So anyway.
Yeah.
That's my.
I'm throwing a flag. I'm throwing a flag, Ron, because you including Yonkers and Mount Vernon people and all of them. I'm throwing a flag right off the bat. I ain't counting them.
but it is kind of true.
I got you. Hold on, let me get this off the screen.
In the hip hop world, though. In the hip hop world,
Right. Let me read. So let me just so you know where we're going. Let me read these super chats. Then we're gonna go into Coach, and then after Coach, we can talk about the Mo Diawara and whoever else you guys want to talk about. But I just want to get this out the way. I want to talk about Coach in a second. Let me read these super chats. I'm gonna read them backwards because I want to lead into one of the super chats that's gonna kick into where we're going. All right. First off, let me see if there was anything earlier. There was David Smith. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to go this one, then I'm going to go bottom up. You know what it is. Shout out to David Smith. He said Brunson had 15 assists versus OKC, but only had 1 assist to Cat, and 15 assisted again yesterday, but only 2 assists were to Cat. Got to get it to Cat more. And I told you guys before, I know this is a little weird and it's funky. I get it. I'm gonna say it, and I'm sorry. The Knicks team moves a certain way, and it just doesn't move the way you would expect it to normally move. when Brunson has the ball, a lot of times Cat and Brunson are not moving in the same way. So naturally, when Brunson is going to make a pass, his intention to pass the ball happens to another side of the court. If you just watch the game, forget it. Don't say, hey, take my word for it. Watch the game and watch how most of the time when Brunson is moving, he's moving away from Cat. So to throw the ball back to Cat means going against the grain. You know how basketball works. You're not supposed to do that, right? But for Brunson himself, I already told you guys, Brunson passes the ball, but he doesn't throw the best passes. It makes more sense for Brunson to pass the ball where he needs to move it. Sometimes Brunson is not the, I'm passing it to you, now the assist is happening. Sometimes Brunson is the pass to Josh Hart, then Josh Hart moves the ball over here. Pass to Mikal Bridges, then Mikal Bridges gets the ball to this. I watched recently, even with Alvarado out there, Cat's calling from the ball for the ball. Alvarado won't pass the ball directly to Cat. What he'll do is pass it to somebody else, and then that somebody else will pass it to Cat. It's just better basketball for them, and it eliminates the defense from jumping passes and just, you know, being as predictable, because that's the whole thing. Once the play is happening, Cat's calling from the ball. Not only is he trying to signal the player who had the ball, but the defense is like, well, Cat's calling from the ball, so I better be ready. The ball's coming to Cat. I'm going to get the steal. No, you make that one extra pass, and then you set up to get a better angle to pass the ball to Cat, so you can avoid a little of that. And I'm just saying that plays into the fact that sometimes Brunson, I'm not shooting him no bail or trying to, you know, make excuses for him, but sometimes I've watched how while Brunson is moving, he's sometimes moving away from Cat, or the pass that Brunson's going to have to throw to Cat is maybe not the best pass for Brunson. I'm just telling you, they move the ball around certain ways, and that's why other guys get assists. What we could say is, why is it that even though we're having good assist totals, like last night was a great example, fantastic ball movement from everybody. That's one you put up on the bulletin board and say, guys, we got to try to do this every night. However, you go to the OKC game, Brunson had 15 assists. You think, man, we was moving. No, actually, the Knicks were poor at moving the ball. Brunson was a highlight. His 15 assists was damn near 70% of the team. Because you look at who else was passing in that game. Mikal Bridges had 0 assists. Cat had 1 assist. Alvarado had 2 assists, and Josh Hart had 3 assists. And that was it for the game. That was the assist total. That's not good ball movement. There was only one guy who really moved the ball, which was JB. So that's when it doesn't work out the way you expect it to work out. And I'm saying everybody's involved. Everybody's at fault. Because another thing is, you know, Mike Brown also tries to stagger Jalen Brunson and Cat. And sometimes Cat's out there by himself. And if Brunson's not on the floor, it's these other guys' job to get the ball to Cat. And they weren't doing a good job in the OKC game. Last night, much better job.
Can I interject? I have a slightly spicy point I'd like to add to the day's topics.
Ooh, spicy.
Oh, we all said
Go ahead, bro.
I don't know if we're ready for this level of spice, but look.
Oh, boy.
So a lot of people here are very excited about the Jose Alvarado acquisition. I was a little bit more skeptical.
Mm-hmm.
I do have to say, however, though, that if you look on the whole, even if you like him, if you love him, you love the narrative, everything, you have to be realistic about the player that he is and what the numbers are.
Mm-hmm.
He is not the table setter that Tyler Kolek is, and his scoring is lacking.
Mm-hmm.
And most people are going to say that I'm maybe making narratives or hating. I'm just going to read literally what RotoWire says about Jose Alvarado's production as a Knick, and then we can yell at RotoWire instead of Dork, okay?
Okay, good.
So, Alvarado continues to play a limited role off the bench, providing New York with nothing more than a defensive stopper in the second unit. In 11 appearances since joining the Knicks, Alvarado has scored double digits only twice, and despite tallying 5 steals on 2 separate occasions, he is averaging only 1.4 steals per game during that span. He's also averaging 3.3 assists. In 4 games against contenders, he has hit 1 3. In the month of March, he has not hit a single 3.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not to hate on the guy, but it's a facet of what lineups are we going to put him into and how are we going to play him. I'm saying this to say that I personally believe that even with Alvarado here on the roster, you shouldn't just disappear Tyler Kolek. There's still a place for Tyler Kolek because he's just a better playmaker and will just get you more assists on a per-minute basis. So I'm also old enough to remember a time when people said, oh, people aren't going to respect Tyler Kolek's playmaking because he can't score. Where's the scoring from Alvarado? Someone's calling it an emotional take, bro. Show me 1-3 hit in the month of March. Is that emotion or is that numbers? And you could say it's Alvarado over Kolek in the playoffs. Alvarado's playoffs numbers are not much better. I hate to break it to you, buddy. So just automatically, he's a veteran, he should automatically get the nod? No.
Well, I will say the difference between Tyler Kolek and Jose Alvarado is
Defense
just
and
one.
motor.
I mean, yeah. I mean, okay. As far as physical skills, yeah, the defensive side of the motor, yeah, I think that obviously benefits Alvarado. But I was just gonna say, just from in between here, confidence. You guys notice that when Alvarado moves out there in the court, he just does whatever he wants to do. Like what he's not looking over for anybody. He's not. You could see him. There's been times he's pushed. He's cat's called for the ball. He waved cat off. Tyler Kolek's not doing that at all. You crazy? But he's not ready yet to do it.
Yeah, Alvarado shouldn't do that, I don't think. If he's shooting 1 for 13, 3.
I think Alvarado has a really good idea of how guys should move. That doesn't mean that he necessarily sets them up all the time properly to make the pass. But he's seen enough basketball. He's been in the league for multiple years. And remember, the thing about Alvarado is that he's regressing. It's not that he wasn't this guy who could do it before. He was doing it. You've seen Alvarado come to the Garden, light the Knicks up a bunch of times and be the klepto that he is, steals, and you've seen him be much more impactful. But let's call a spade a spade. I know it. You guys should all know it. We're getting Alvarado, and he has regressed. Look at his numbers for 2 years ago. He's regressed. Well, I know he has. But the problem is, as I said before, the reason why I was okay with the move is I like the guy as a person. I love him, the fact that he's from Williamsburg. We in the building. Let's go, baby. Oh, okay. Anyway.
Metropolitan Avenue.
We played ball with his pops, Well, I did.
Yeah.
With John. Either way.
My only thing is that as much as we love him and all that stuff, you still need to hold him to a standard.
I
agree.
agree.
The guy can't be an offensive zero. That's
I agree. But what I'm saying is they had to get Alvarado in here once we found out that Duke wasn't going to be here. You cannot just put all your chips in the Tyler Kolek basket because I love Tyler Kolek. You guys know I'm one of the. Hey, if you don't remember, Ron is that guy. Ron already told you. You know how my peoples are. You know who I rock with. You know I love Tyler Kolek and I love Landry Shamet. So it's not even a question. Those are my guys. Still. Tyler is not as consistent when it comes to scoring, and sometimes he's not as aggressive because this goes back to the not being as comfortable doing it on every given night, having the keys and feeling comfortable doing it. We know that. He's never really had that yet. Could he still get that in the future? Maybe, but even under Mike Brown gives him some rope, but he also sees that Tyler is a little bit hesitant with certain aspects of his game. Everybody.
My only why I wanted to make this is because so far we have the Cavs, the Spurs, and the Pistons. Those are our samples that I'm going to take as serious ones.
Right.
And if we're going to hold the guy to the same standard or even a higher standard because apparently he's better, in my opinion, he hasn't really showed up against those teams. I want to see it against a good team. If he can score better than Kolek against those teams, then by all means do it,
But Rex, he's saying that he has regressed. He's not disagreeing with you on that part. But the point is that one of the guys stays in front of his the guy he's guarding. His motor is very, very high, and where he lacks in offense, he makes up for in hustle and in all the other things. While Tyler Kolek is probably the best pure point guard on the team and passer, he is definitely more of a Olay defender, and that is a problem. And if you bring him on there, and there's a couple other guys on there that can't play defense, we're in big trouble. So
But for
I think
example,
if you give him a couple of years, I think maybe a year or two, and he'll, grow into more of his NBA where he's at. He's, remember, one's been playing for a handful of years in the NBA. The other one's playing his first full year, and is not even playing the year, right? He's playing partial, and that's just the difference. I think that you'll see that Kolik's going to probably stay here, and Alvarado's here for a moment.
my whole point was to say that you can still play them. Just because you have Alvarado doesn't mean you should never see Kolek ever again. There are different tools for different jobs. Even though Alvarado is still a more defensively viable PG, I'm not disagreeing with that. He is a better. I'm obvious he is. It's stats say it. But if you want a per minute assist basis, just caring about points, Kolek is going to give you more assists on a per minute basis.
Right.
Alvarado will.
But I think what's happened with the team itself is that they have tried to kind of buy into going back into defense, and Alvarado just makes things a lot easier having him out there, because that's one less guy you got to worry about. Can Alvarado still get cooked? Yeah, we saw him. He got cooked against the Pacers. They were all cooking him, all of them. So I like that it's in your face, right? It's not question marks. You're going to see the good of Alvarado. You're going to see the bad of. We've already seen it. The Indiana game was not a good look for Alvarado. He got cooked in that game, and that was one of those you just have to chalk it up. Bad game for Alvarado. The game before that, he played great. A couple games after that, he had 5 steals. Like, then you see, like, man, this guy could change things on a dime. Like, it's just one of those things you're just going to have to, face it, that there is that regression level. Last year, he shot 36% from 3. Right now, he's shooting 28%.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Right. So that's what I'm just saying is, like, as much as we love him, we shouldn't get too wrapped up in the narrative. If he's great at everything. Well, no, he's not. You know,
I don't know who's. I think I don't know where. I mean, I don't know here, but I think like maybe other places are still doing that. I kind of feel like some of the Knicks fans have kind of got over the euphoria already, and like, okay, well, Alvarado's good. He can do some things and make things happen, but he's not more than what we thought he was. This is not the same Alvarado back in the day. Like, and I
my
think
only reason, again, I'll stop at this point, but in the OKC game, I saw him getting sagged off of it and ignored, and they have a whole series of exploiting Alvarado. They played an entire playoff series against the Pelicans and made him miserable, and it was a struggle for him. So that's, I'm worried about that.
And that's the thing. Like, that's why we're really, I hate to say it this way but you got to just understand, when you go in for a championship, it's about, once we get to the playoffs, it's about winning. Some people might get a little butthurt, but they better understand we're trying to win. You came here, right? You haven't won anything. This is your chance to win. So I wouldn't be surprised if when the playoffs start, knock on wood, if Deuce McBride is healthy, you ain't going to see a lot of Jose Alvarado. You ain't going to see no Tyler Kolek. That's what matters. I'll tell you right now, and they'd be lying. They may love Alvarado. He's a great spirit, great energy. He's in New York, bred and through. He's from my area, my peoples. If Deuce is healthy, I don't care to see Alvarado at all. With the way he's playing,
we can all appreciate what Springs right now that he's gone. I mean, shit.
Yeah. Give me Deuce. You know what I'm just saying? But that don't mean right now, Alvarado, you my guy. Let's get it. Williamsburg all day. But
I didn't know that's where you were from. I didn't know that's where you were from, bro. I'm up the block. I'm up the block from you, man. It's crazy.
D-Rex? You D-Rex?
No, Ron. You Williamsburg? That's where you're from?
Yeah.
I'm Bushwick. It's right up the block.
Oh, snap. Right. Really? I didn't know that. All this time we talking on the phone after, I'm like, hey, what up, Jay? Yeah, man. I'm getting good. Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely right up the block. That means.
that's
Yep.
crazy. I didn't know
Like-
that. Oh man.
Back in the 90s, you couldn't tell the difference between Williamsburg and
That's a fact. I knew
Facts.
where to stay away from Bushwick now. No.
yeah. Well,
was
Bushwick,
different.
ironically, is now really nice. In a lot of
I know. It's crazy. And so look at that. We're all in the same D-Rex too. We're all in kind of the same circle. Look at that. Who knew? And Nick Nation's just a couple, 100
Yeah,
miles away.
well, now I am. But believe me, I know those areas for sure.
Yes,
That's
sir.
where my grandmother lived, right off of Bushwick.
Oh, look
But
at
it's
that.
really not. She's really not, because it's not Bushwick, because then I think when you enter Broadway, and as soon as you cross over, you're no longer in Bushwick. I think that's the line right there, I believe. And because so my grandmother lived on not McDonald, McDonough. So
McDonough, yep.
Yeah, so you know how McDonough crosses it, and then it goes across. But I believe once it crosses onto the other side of Broadway, you're no longer in Bushwick.
No,
I believe.
no, it could. Well, it depends on because you got Bushwick, Marcy's there. You got something.
The
else.
line is weird. The line of where Brooklyn
the line
is
is weird right
It
there.
goes like this. Look, it goes like this. It's not even a
It
joke.
wiggles-
It
it
goes
wiggles
like
right there.
it wiggles and
It's
stuff.
weird. It definitely is.
I'm from Colbert, between Knickerbocker and Wilson, right off of Halsey Park.
Nick.
yeah.
Back in my day, we used to ride around in the car looking for the girls on Knickerbocker.
Yeah, me too. Listen, me too. Yeah. Now I'm still doing it, but now I'm looking for the 40-year-old ones. You know what I'm saying? So like, oh man, back then smoking hot. Remember the icy guy?
Ron, do me a favor. Get back to those super chats before somebody has a wigs out here.
I'm going back to the super chats, my guys. All right, listen, I'm still going backwards. Okay, I read
We're
the
at
one.
David Smith. We're at.
I got David Smith already. Now I'm going backwards. So Bagger Jones, shout out to you. Thank you for the generous super chat. You know what it is. Says Stevie Wonder can see that Brunson intentionally ignores Cat when Robinson comes in. He looks for him. Brunson and Nova Boys all hating on Cat. That's incorrect, but you're entitled to your opinion, my brother. I want you to do this. The next Knick game that you watch, don't watch Brunson. Watch the movement of the offense. Watch where guys are going and watch how they all pass the ball. And I also want you to look at the game when Brunson's not in the game, when Cat is there and the rest of the guys are in the game, when Josh Hart has the ball, when Alvarado has the ball, if Bridges has the ball, just watch all of them and how the ball moves. And then you watch where Cat and also look at what Cat. The other thing too is Cat always thinks he's open. He's a 7-footer, so I get it. Sometimes he might ask for the ball and they're like, I don't know. I don't want to make that pass because they're going to steal the ball, or I don't want you to have the ball right there. I want to put you in a better position to get the ball. I told you guys this before. Mike Brown has to do a really good job of getting Cat the ball in favorable situations. Don't start him off bad and then the double team goes over. Now he got to react. He's either going to make a bad pass or he's going to possibly draw an offensive foul, or it might get slapped off his body because of good defense. Just give him the chance to make something happen the right way. All right, let's move on. But I hear you, Bagger. Shout out to Parrish. Dugga, appreciate you for the generous super chat. Said JB is a PG, but he's more of a superstar who is starting to trust who he's playing with. It's not buying in. He's trusting his guys because they're earning it. Well, I hear what you're saying, Parrish, but if you look at the definition of buying in these sports circles, that's kind of what they mean, like buying into a style of play, buying into a thought process, buying into a new offense, buying into a new defense, buying into a new system. That's how we've been using it. That's how we've looked at it as the definition. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. If you're just saying it's just a natural progression of JB understanding what needs to happen. But I will say, when you say somebody is naturally progressing to something of what's being taken place in front of them, also buying in. Shh, it's quiet as kept. Just want to put that out there. All right. Salute to you, Paris. Douglas said JB has to do alpha has to do alpha up minutes to stay ready for it. Correct. Like that is what we're starting, we're realizing he has by doing what he's doing, he is kind of hurting his offense a little bit, and he has to find that happy medium so he can still continue to have a rhythm, get his offense, and also move the ball and share it with his teammates. Because I will tell you one thing that I was going to bring up before. With Ron, you might say, hey, you know what? But JB's facing double teams, and some of these defensive teams are coming at him and they know what to do, but they're also good defenders. I get that. But I've watched it already. I've watched JB go up against good defenders and still get his. Doesn't matter. When you locked in, when you good, when you got your rhythm, yes, some shots will be altered. Some shots will be effective. But when you locked in, you can get yours. I watched a couple years ago, and it's not, every time you bring up a couple years ago, like that's not right now. It doesn't matter. JB's done it forever against the Clippers, facing Paul George. And this was one of the first games he had to face Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, and they both were playing him. He still put up 30-something points against them. It just is, as long as you have your rhythm and you get into your spots, you can score. And the double team comes, you do have to make adjustments, but good NBA players cannot be stopped. They can be slowed down, but they can't be stopped. So I'm just saying there's some other stuff going on at the moment, in my opinion. Now, to this last super chat from Paris that I believe sets up the next conversation. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, love this coach recognizing the new two playmakers and their own chemistry, Mo and Shamet. I'm seeing JB defer when guys choose to show up at the game. Cat also embraces it. When not, JB knows he has to alpha up. I agree that is what has been taking place, and I think it's a little harder for us as fans to accept what's happening with Mike Brown. We are criticizing him for his mistakes and for him not being more vocal and coming to the defense of his players. We did see something in that OKC game that we liked, but we need to see more of it. I agree. But does that take away from the fact that he is scheming up, or they have come up with a good plan that as long as guys execute, it's working on not only the offense, but the defensive side of the game? So has, how do I put this? I'll put it like this.
Put a little something like this.
There you go. Has Coach Brown won you over? Now, let's not forget the other side of Coach Brown that you can't ignore is not just the net rating, defensive rating, offensive rating. It's not just the fact that he finally came to the defense of one of his players in the OKC game and got a technical foul, which was great to see. Yeah. It's also the respect of his peers. You guys notice how people are talking about the Knicks after these games and how they're saying, oh, they're well coached and they have an aggressive style and they make you uncomfortable when they do this, and that does come from coaching. That does show that Mike Brown is doing something. And maybe some of the things that make Mike Brown look worse is because the players weren't buying in. And now that they're buying in, now that JB is deciding to do this, now that Cat is doing that, Knicks are winning, all these metrics and numbers are going up. Doesn't that make Mike Brown look better? Was Mike Brown the problem all along, or was it the players? What say you, D-Rex? Has Coach Brown won you over, or what do you think?
So I'm going to hinge my answer very much upon how he conducts himself in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
And what do I say about, why do I say that? Because I'll just list off some of the opponents that we're going to face in the next 2-3 weeks. So we play LA tomorrow, but then the day after that we play the Clippers, play the Utah Jazz, Brooklyn Nets again, the Wizards, some not so great teams. So for all this talk of that he's going to experiment, you gain absolutely nothing from playing OG Anunoby 38 minutes against the Utah Jazz, for example. And that's a really, really clear example of a game where it's like a gift from the back. Experiment with whatever you want. Maybe you don't want DOR in the starting lineup. Maybe you want this, maybe you want that. But this is the stretch where I need to see from him the boldness and the experimentation that will differentiate him clearly from Thibodeau, and that will elevate him to a truly championship caliber coach. Because there's still a few unanswered questions on our roster. For example, how big of a role will Diawara actually play in the playoffs? Because some people say, oh, he's a rookie, you can't play, oh, I'm scared, whatever, which, is a line of reasoning I can't deal with at all. But some people are saying he should be in the starting lineup as a permanent fixture. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's like, how bold are you and how much do you want to play politics and kiss butt? Because the question I can't get around and why I'm so stuck on it, people could say I'm biased for the young players, whatever. What do you really lose? You start Mohamed Diawara 5 minutes against the Utah Jazz. Who cares? What do you lose? You're already losing the starting unit lineup minutes anyways in every game, and you're still winning. So what do you lose? I don't have an answer to the question. I would love any answer to that question that anybody can give me, but I don't have an answer. Because you don't really lose anything. Even if you lose the minutes less than you're losing the current minutes of the starting lineup, you already have benefited. And if it's a neutral, you benefit. And if it's good, then great. You're unbelievable. So for me, I really need to see from Mike Brown in this upcoming stretch boldness and a willingness to do things that maybe, God forbid, is going to rock the boat a little bit. But you don't win championships on feelings and massaging egos and making sure nobody gets upset and doing the safe thing 99 times out of 100. You know what I mean? I feel like Mike Brown in that first month of coaching won me over more, and he regressed personally because I feel like he came into the season pledging to run 11 men, and he actually stuck to it for the first couple games, and he was running very wide rotations and playing as many people as he could, and he regressed at some point, especially around January. So I want to see you absolutely benefit nothing whatsoever from playing, let's say, Landry Shamet 35 minutes against the Utah Jazz. You have a gift from the basketball gods in terms of the schedule. Surprise me, shock me. Do something that I never even imagined a coach would do, that you're at least going to try something bold. And then I'll say, you know what? You're getting there.
Okay. All right. Before I move on to Nick Nation, I got to say something. I hope I don't forget. But let me just shout out peoples because I want to give a few shout outs to a couple people that I saw. Shout out to Tori B in the building. Notorious. We are.
Oh.
Let's go. Shout out to Tori B in the building. Let me see. Shout out to Anna Grill in the building. What up, Anna Grill? Good to see you, my guy, as always. Shout out to East Blue Drew in the building. What up, East Blue? One Shot D is here. What up, One Shot? Wolverines is in the building. What up, my guy? Matthew Hurley is here. Salute. Ronald Martinez in the building. Salute. C. Cartagena in the building. What's happening? Lonnie Meeks is here. Good to see you as always. I get Muga in the building. Let's go. And JJ47K is in the building. Salute. What's going on, man? Good to see you guys. Appreciate all of y'all. Now, that being said, I don't want to get too far. Oh, hold on. Shout out to HRM the Great as well. What up, HRM? I don't want to get into that yet, but I do want to say something real quick. Hold on to this, D, so that way we can talk about it in a little bit after we get through this Mike Brown stuff.
Oh, I'm dying to say something.
I do feel like I'm on both sides of that, right? What does it hurt to start Mo Diawara? But what does it hurt? But then again, why do you have to do it? Knicks are winning. They're still blowing out people. Mo's still getting minutes. He's still looking good. And actually, I think he might be really necessary. I mean, he has played a little bit with the starting lineup too, but I think he might be necessary for that second unit because sometimes that second unit can be a little funky. And I like having Mo out there, especially the way he's knocking down the three. He gives them a little separation and allows for other guys to kind of move. Like, it allows for Landry Shamet to be a little bit more adventurous with his game instead of just relying on the three. You know, when you got another guy out there besides him knocking it down, he can take some liberties and get to the basket. But hold that. I know, just keep keep it all in there so we can talk about. We'll talk about it right after this.
I'm going to go on a walk, but please reinvite me because you know I want to be on that.
Oh, I know how you. Hey, listen, man, you got to keep your cardio going, bro. And it's not too bad out there. I mean, not great yet. Tomorrow's the day.
I'm gonna get all worked up on that topip, so I need to go for a walk.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, get yourself together, big, and make sure you got your.
Right
all right, all right.
Enjoy your walk.
And then there were 3. Boom. All right. Nick Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, hold on. Was there one other thing I was going to add about that? What he said? No, I think that's okay. I think that was it. I'll save what I have to say after. Okay, go ahead, Nick Nation. What's your thoughts on Mike Brown? And lately. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I remember what it was now. Let me say it before I forget. I will forget. When he said that, when he mentioned that he feels like he had won him over, but kind of lost them when he went away from. But let's not forget, Mike Brown said he was going to do this and go with 11, but it didn't really work. It was good for a limited period of time, but remember, this is also a transition period at the start of the season when other teams are starting to come into their own and lock into their style of play. And by the time you get to January, everybody's locked into their style of play. They also know what you're trying to do. And we were playing guys that, quite frankly, Mike Brown started to realize, hey, I'm trying to play 11 dudes, and I'm realizing that playing all these guys is not helping a couple other guys. And then he gets to the point where he's like, man, a couple of these guys, honestly, if I don't play y'all, we might be better. And that's what he realized. I mean, the hard call wasn't Yabusele. The hard call was Jordan Clarkson. Once he decided to not play Jordan, that was a tougher call. Like, oh, we got this guy. We thought he was going to be a big part of our bench. And now I'm deciding, you know what? I think we're better off without him. That was the tough call. So anyway, I just want to put that out there because I know D-Rex said about playing the 11 guys, and then when we moved away from that, he wasn't as happy, and it seemed like it was a shift. Yeah, I agree, there was a shift, but as we can see, it kind of set us up. It was necessary because even during that time, we were not playing any level of defense to where we're playing now.
Right.
So I do think it was necessary. Anyway, all right, Nick Nation, what's your thoughts on Coach Mike Brown? Has he won you over?
I'm going to say he's showing me the light. Early on, we thought like he came in, it was like, oh man, boom. Hey, this guy's right now is like A minus, he got us to the cup, we won the cup, and we were hyped. We were hyped. We were heavenly. But then the dark days came, those were dark times, dark days. We went on we lost like 11, something crazy. You know what I mean? So then, we couldn't understand and see what his vision was because it was cloudy to us. But through the season and recently points through the maturation of it, I have to give right now Brown his credit, the staff their credit. And the reason why I give them their credit if I quickly look back and I look back at where we were with Tibbs, statistically, if I can remember correctly, I don't think Tibbs has gotten us, as you said, at this balance. I don't think he got, which was a little bit different for us. So with that being said, it was more so me giving, I'm going to say it like this. In the point where I thought that, hey, at one point I was ready to give Mike Brown on an average point, for a good part of the season, I was giving him a minus C. But right now, his points, I'm at the point where I'm giving him between a B to a B plus because he's done something that I didn't think could happen. I didn't think that he could get Cat to a level on the point of this defense. If you want to give it to the defensive coordinator, okay, great. Whoever you want to give it to. But as far as this staff is concerned, I didn't know that they could get them to this stage of what looks to be a really good defense and to change the narrative of what was what was out there and how teams were attacking us, because we knew for the longest what teams were doing, and this could still come. They would isolate points of where the way our defense was manipulated, isolate Cat, isolate Brunson, and attack them and go at it. But if you've looked and watched these games now, that is a lot harder to do. And the technique in which these guys have come to the table with being able to hold their own. So when he's gotten that done, the rest of our guys, they are pretty good. We're fairly good defenders. I'm still a little up and down on McHale at times. You know what I mean? But that's another whole thing. There's certain times where, you know what I mean? There's certain times where there's things where Hart may do that, drive me a little crazy. But for overall, from where we are right now, are we at what, game 61, 62, somewhere in there? Or something like that? I think he's gotten us to where I can now see his vision. And his vision is saying that he's getting to a stage where our starting five, everybody should have the ability to hold their own. Can Cat now at times anchor the defense? It looks like at points that where he can. Can Brunson not be a turnstile? You know what I mean? Where guys are running to him, he's a cone, and Cats are running past him. That's no longer right now in the sense of what we're seeing. And as long as I'm not seeing that, and this team has that and believe me, they are generating their offense from their defense. So as long as that is still happening, I'm on board with what Mike Brown is doing. The maturation process was just ugly, but it looks like we're coming out of that now, where I can still start seeing and understanding and looking at the point of what he's doing. I do think he shifted at at certain times. I think like things he was shifting things where he said I'm going to simplify it for this one. I'm going to dumb it down for this or do that. Whatever he did, however they figured it out, collectively they've come together. I'd rather see what we are seeing now than what we saw even just winning that cup. Because even winning that cup, it was there. It just didn't get exposed as fast. But now once it got exposed, those things are out there. And to be able to shut that thing down, I got to give credit as due. And my man, Jay Boogie, just has hit the building. So with that, Ron, I'm going to pass it back off, and I'm going to say, salute, Jay Boogie. Salute, salute.
Salute, Kings.
Salute. You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to forego and go after Boogie, because you never know when Boogie drops in and then drops out. So,
I ain't going nowhere. Go ahead. I ain't going nowhere.
I know that you doing your thing. You're over there looking like LL in his prime, ready to do his thing.
Hey, don't make pause. Don't make me lick my lips, baby.
Legs.
Ladies love cool J Boog.
It's all good. I don't play the pause game, so it's dope. Do that thing. I like the hat, bro. And the glasses are dope. I just ordered some new ones. Here's the deal.
Baby.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. No doubt. Of course. Props do and props do. Rex is making me dizzy, sorry. Also making me hungry. I will say this. Brown lost me a long time ago. I say it over and over and over again. When he didn't step up for Cat in the Golden State game, when he didn't get off the bench, when he wouldn't stand up, when it didn't seem like he was calling out plays. Now, see, that's the word. The word "seem" is very, very interesting, because we don't see everything, right? We see what they show us, unless you're at the game and you can watch it. And there is a bevy of coaches back there. So is Brown doing something, or is somebody else doing something? The shooting coach, the defensive guy, the whole collective of coaches. So just to point out Brown, if it's just about him, I'm if there was like a bar, I'm below the bar for him. But what brought me back up a little bit was him getting that tech and going out there and going bananas and getting that for his team because he needs to be heard. I don't need him to be Tibbs. I told you this earlier. I don't need him to be standing up every play and walking back and forth and doing that. But it would be nice to see him doing some of that and barking out some more, plays, whatever it might be. Yellow, banana, Wi-Fi, whatever it might be. And then, but it seems he's super passive. And he's just allowing the team to do what the team seems to be running the game. And again, when they went on that major run, it was after the team only meeting. So I don't know how much I'm bought into Brown. I'm bought into the Knicks. And if Brown is the Knicks coach, then I'm bought into Brown because he's a Knick. And that's the only reason why I would say that. But recently, with him doing that, I'm interested to see him going forward, how he conducts himself. I don't need him to get a tech every single game. I don't need him to go to war, but I do need him to call the referees over, be like, yo, Brunson just got ran over by SGA, and you didn't give him a third foul because SGA is one of the faces of the NBA, and that's that. And say what he needs to say and get a fine if he wants to. And then I want to see Dolan eat the fine for him because he's doing what he's supposed to do. He makes plenty enough money he makes plenty enough money. Look, I don't like counting anybody's money. Right?
It did happen though, Jay. It did happen.
But
he got fined.
Right. And I'm glad he got fined. And I hope that I hope he gets fined again if it happens again. The fact is that when that situation happened with Cat in Golden State, that is egregious to me. It's egregious. And then afterwards, to laugh and not even approach the refs or whatever, and then he's over there snuggling up on Kerr or whatever. No, that bothered me. It bothered me bad. That's not how I look for our coaches to be. And I hope he does better. It's still his first year. He didn't pick any of these players. And that's something that you got to look at too. And I really hope that he steps up and does a lot more vocal, visual coaching. But then again, right now, for me, right now, he gets as a coach himself, he gets a C. But the coaching staff, I'll give them an A because they're helping the defensive changes. This is not coming from the players; it's coming from a coaching staff, right? The players bought into that, and for me, I'll give the coaching staff an A. I'll give Brown a C.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
No, I understand exactly what I understand exactly what you're saying. I got something to say in reference to it, but I'm going to let Jay Boogie go first, and then I'll come back. So, Jay Boogie.
Okay.
What's your thoughts?
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what's your thoughts on? I mean, say what you're going to say, but what's your thoughts on? Has Coach Mike Brown won you over?
Me personally, I'm good with Brown. That's just me personally. I'm all right with his structure, his figuring, his thoughts, and some of his ideas. I'm okay with it. Blessings, health, happiness to everybody on this beautiful day of life, which is not just a Saturday, not just a weekend. It's another day of health, another day of life, and another day of appreciating who you are as a person. Shout out to everybody that's viewing and watching. I don't know how many times have y'all been hitting the like button, but make sure y'all hitting that like button and you're sharing this channel and getting it where it's supposed to be. You know, you are the ones that allows this channel to be the channel that it is, which is a magnificent channel, and it's been here for you ever since day one. He's dropped pretty much all the content creators, especially these guys here. Anytime they drop and they doing something, make sure you're there to support them if you alert and subscribe to their channels. I just know that coming into New York City, into this situation, under what had just happened the last 2 years, it's a lot of pressure. It's not an easy sight as far as the organization. Let me say that first. Number two is, it's damn sure not an easy sight for us being as fans of this organization that's still in starve mode. Some of us longer than the others. You know, as far as championship, we are in starving mode. To come here behind Coach Tibbs and knowing that where he got us to, and he was liked. Some didn't understand the move, and some didn't want the move to happen when he was fired. To be up under that, and then to come here in the biggest city, the brightest light, the biggest jersey, the most media hype, and to have to emphasize your structure, your vision, your plan, and your thoughts to an entire new situation for both the coach and the teams is very difficult. It's not an easy task. It's not an easy situation. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen over weeks. And a lot of times it doesn't happen over a month. But we pray that it happens before a year, because we still are in this season and we still want to see a championship. We still are in that championship mode, us as fans. And I know the players now, they're in championship mode. With what's going on now at the beginning, it's a lot of learning and a lot of teaching. But at the same time, as the coach is learning and teaching the team, a lot of us have to understand he's learning and teaching himself on the fly at the same time. He's coaching himself at the same time he's coaching the players. He has to learn more than them, because I have to know, did he get it? Can he get it? And if he didn't, then I got to step back and refigure out what it is I just delivered to him and hope he can get it in a different way. Sometimes he might have to coach one situation 2 to 3 times, you know what I'm saying, to get the understanding that he wants from the player, you know what I'm saying? So with that, it took time. It took a lot of up and down, cyclone roller coaster, you know, throughout the beginning of the season, you know, leading up to the All-Star break and everything. But at the same time, he still has had us right here in a situation where we can still be the most dominant team in the East. And I still feel like there's no team in the East that's going to beat us in a race to 4 games out of 7 than us. I think we're going to beat any team we play to 4. You know what I'm saying? Out of that 7 games, no matter when we win the series, 6 games, 7 games, you know, 5 games, I think we're going to get to 4 before any other team that we face in the playoffs. And, you know, just going off on what Bill Pito said, man, over the last 20 games, what are we, 16 and 5, over the last 20 games, I think something like 16 and 5. And over the last 20 games, we are the #1 defensive team that's in the league right now. You know, defense fell off last year with Tibbs. This defense is biting. They snapping out there. And more importantly, people looking at how, like, okay, Towns' offense is, you know, falling off. You know, he's falling off. But nobody can't tell me he ain't playing better defense. Can't nobody tell me that. His defensive effort is better than it's ever been. He still slips up every now and then, but his effort on defense is better than what it was last year. So to get somebody to buy into something that he does not do, he was not raised up doing, you know what I'm saying, to get him biting into some defense, hey, that's a plus sign for me. And, and where we at right now, the way our defense is playing right now, that's a plus sign to Mike Brown and his coaching staff and everything. I'm going to put them all together. I'm not going to separate them because nothing can go by to be done without Mike Brown saying so, far as his coaching staff. If one guy's drawing up the plays, that's because Mike Brown is allowing him to coach them to do the plays. Defense assignments that's being structured, that's because Mike Brown and them already done went over it. So anything that they're doing, the coaching staff, that's still Mike Brown. I'm happy with what he's got going on, and I feel deeply in my heart his best coaching has not happened yet. This team has not played his basketball yet. And all of us that's up on this channel and people that's in the chat, we all know this team plays better in the playoffs. That's what they do. It's just, we don't lost games that we shouldn't have lost. But this team right here, it goes really, really hard in the playoffs. And that's what I appreciate. They're a different team from regular season in the playoffs. I just told somebody the other day, you can feel however you want to feel about Jalen Brunson. You can rank him here. You can rank him there. You can top 5, top 7, top 10, not in the top 10, top 4, whatever you do. But this guy is one of the top 3 players in the league that know how to transform his body from regular season into the playoff season. He's going to show up. It's a lot of them guys that they talking that's in MVP mode. They disappearing in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? They ain't getting up out of there. This guy is not getting up out of here. So I know we have a leader. And more importantly, with a team that's playing more defense, I'm good with Mike Brown. He's still to be determined. But like right now, I give Mike a B on what he's doing. And I'm looking forward to raise even higher because of what the magnitude that he had to deal with coming into this team, this organization, this city, and this fan base, and the media, with all that pressure to try to deal with that, try to figure out what it is he need to do without changing his ways. Oh, he's too soft, he's too weedy, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. We're going to always find something that's wrong with somebody in life, and it shouldn't be it shouldn't be that way, but that's how it is. But he's not changing for nobody as far as how he is, how he dressed, how he walks. And you say he put his hands in his pocket too much, his shoes. He's not doing none of that. He's not a flashy guy. He's not none of that. He's just a straight militant guy. Every morning, Price shaves. Every morning. He's just one of them cornball guys. But he has what we love in his hand in sports. And I believe in Mike Brown. That's just me personally. You know what I'm saying? And I'm rocking with Mike Brown. I'm rocking with this team all the way. I need to be out there with my man. He walking, exercising, jogging, man. You're making me man. Man, I need to be out there. God almighty.
Come on now, Jay Boogie. The water's fine.
I do too, but I also see a cinnamon bun over there across the room. And I don't know, it's making me hell right there, yo. It's killing me. I'm like, jog or I can jog to the cinnamon bun.
Hey man, listen, we all have our weaknesses, man. It is what it is.
I'll make a steak cake with that cinnamon bun. Smash it.
Oh man,
crunchy, Nestle's crunch, Snicker crunch. You don't know nothing about that. Hey, come here, baby. Come here. You want to say hello? Hey, Doug Ron, you know what it is. You know this. You want to say hi. Say hi to
Ron.
Tell Ron what's going on with you. Tell him.
I'm 8 years old since it was my birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy belated birthday.
Happy
happy birthday. Let's do it.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday,
Boogie.
Thank you.
Happy birthday
to you.
Yay.
All right, my fellow.
Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? No.
8 years old.
Tell them who our favorite team is.
old.
Tell them who your favorite team is.
New York Knicks.
That's right.
That's
That's
right.
right. That's
All right.
right.
See you later. Go
Being
close the
raised
door.
right. You being raised right.
Close the door. Yeah, that's your money. That's your money.
That's my fellow. That's my
Oh,
fellow.
man.
That's my fellow Pisces, man. My dad's birthday. Her birthday what? Yesterday.
Yeah, her birthday was just close the door, baby. Yeah, her birthday was yesterday. She just turned 8 years old, man.
A blessing, man.
See you
God
later.
bless
See you later.
God bless you. That's a major blessing, man.
Great. Also named Rug also gave me a present.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
All right, all
We
right.
like
You
to hear stuff
deserve
like
it.
that. Still, Knicks fans love the kids.
Yeah, love the
man.
kids,
Word,
man.
word. Oh, I miss
Yeah.
mine being that little man. Oh man, I miss that.
That's great, man. I love it. And it's always beautiful when you hear them say something about the Knicks. I love that too. Like that little commercial with the girl that the father and the mother named her Knicks. Okay, Daddy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, no, I love all that stuff too.
So
we got to get an update on that girl for the playoffs.
yeah, right.
Yeah, my co Pisces. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep, that's right. She's a Pisces.
Yeah. My dad's birthday today, mine next Saturday. So.
And we're gonna make sure we got you next Saturday, Jay.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'll show up for a little bit.
Yes. So I did want to say this. I understand, guys. Listen, a fan is going to be a fan the way they're going to be a fan. If you feel a certain way, maybe it's not so easy to sway you over. Maybe it'll take more time to get you to lean a different way. And that's fair. You know what? This is season 1, and there's a lot riding on the season, and the playoffs isn't here. And for some people, I could understand them just saying, listen, Ron, hey, Brown is who he is. I don't care about nothing until we get to the playoffs, because the playoffs is where the magic's going to happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. I want to see it then. And I'm fair. I'm cool. That's a fair point. I'm cool with that. All I'm saying is, if you felt a certain way about Brown, just like you feel a certain way about other players on the team that have mistakes or did things that, weren't good for the team, if they are starting to grow, if they're starting to, and, this is still, with some salt, because the season ain't over yet. The guys can revert back to the bad ways. But right now, they seem to be buying in and playing good basketball and believing in their teammates. If they can do that and they can make a change, why can't Mike Brown start showing you he's making a change? He made changes to the lineup. He is allowing a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys have noticed too, but Brandon O'Connor is making a lot more calls on the defensive side. You see him in the huddles a lot more, calling out stuff. He's doing this stuff. But let's not forget, Mike Brown is, we talk about Tibbs. Mike Brown is 495 wins to 327 losses. My man has been coaching for a long time. It's not like he doesn't know what to do. He may experiment. You know what? Damn it, David Smith. I hate when people know exactly what I'm going to do, because that's where I was going next. If I could change, then you can change. You can change. Everybody can change. Adrian. That's exactly where I was going, David Smith. I know in the beginning, you didn't like me. I didn't like yous very much either. But
what happened was I liked you from the beginning, yo, and then yous and your brother and yous weren't doing what you were supposed to do. And so when I asked you to come down,
yeah, when he said that, he had me. I didn't like yous very much either. I said, come on, Rock, let's go, tell him, Rock. Okay, anyway. Yeah, all yous. But yeah, I just want to say Mike Brown obviously knows how to coach in the NBA. He's had success on many levels, all stops. And to the point, yes, I do. Do I think guys are earning their money? But that goes back to Mike Brown too. Whether he's making the call or one of his staff members is making the call, he's giving them the battery in their back to make the call, which is something that someone else in the past may not have done. So we got to criticize it from all angles. At some point about a month ago, people were like, man, for all that, we could have just kept Tibbs. Well, Now, when you see the Knicks winning games or you see them blowing out teams and you see them buying in and playing better basketball on the defensive side, you got to give Mike Brown some credit. Even if Brendan O'Connor is telling the guys what to do, Brendan O'Connor came here because of Mike Brown. He didn't come because of the Knicks. He could have came here anything. He's been with the Clippers for like 18 years. He could have came to the Knicks at any point. And the front office has been here like 5-6 years. He wasn't here. He didn't want to come here. Mike Brown's here. Now he's here. So you got to give Mike Brown some credit. And I always like to say this. Mike Brown has become an offensive coach, but this is not where he started. He was a defensive coach. He became an offensive coach. So right. I just thought but I do want to say I get it. And for people like Jay and others, Mike Brown needs more time to continue to show who he is and how he's making this team better before you want to give him the, I'm rocking with you. And that's cool. I just want y'all to just think about it and let him earn his stripes and earn your hearts. Oh, God.
Earn my heart, Mike Brown.
Yeah, man. Let's win Jay over.
I did say that it wasn't his players. He didn't pick his players. I
know. It's okay. Listen, the other thing I want to say, Jay.
He's not a point guard. I'm only playing.
Let me just say this to Jay. This is just for Jay, guys. Hold on one second.
All right.
Hey, Jay. It's just me and you here, B.
Okay. All right.
We respect your opinion, brother. When you got something to say, just say it. You don't got to backtrack. You don't got to explain anything more. We understand where your heart lies, man. You a real dude, man. And I told you before, you my guy. It's okay. Everybody's not going to agree with everything you say. They're not going to agree with everything I say. But when you say it, we hear it. We're here for you. This is where it all matters. And I also want you to say, Mike Brown knows where your heart lies too. I mean, he knows everybody's not going to like him. He knows you may not like him all the time. But there's one thing you got to understand. The top, and I'm gonna shine, homie, until my heart stops. There's certain things you just got to do. I know. Jay, take it easy, B. Listen, after this, maybe we can talk. You can tell me what's really bothering you. I know this ain't Mike Brown, man. Something else is going on. You shouldn't feel this way about the coach. I know there's something else going on. Hey, listen, Jay. We can talk about this later. Don't worry about it. Shh. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Hey, I was just chopping it up with Jay. We was talking about some things, man. I had to roll it all.
I love all of you. I love all of you. I just love all of you.
Oh, man, my guy. You know what I'm saying? Jay, let's go, baby.
That was awesome.
Anyway, so I just let's give my guy a chance to cook. Let's give him a little chance to cook, and hopefully he keeps going in the right direction. And he's like, you know what? Hey, I was tripping a little bit. I made some mistakes. I ain't gonna do that no more. I got y'all, New York. We rocking. Okay, let's see where we go from here. All right. Now, that being said, we over this. Let me get back to the topic at hand, and I'm not even going to put nothing up for that. Let's just, freestyle it. Mo Diawara. Gotta go to Mo's. Let's go. Listen, let me say my piece. You guys can say what you want to say. I'm going to go to D first because I know D-Rex has some stuff he wants to get off his chest about Mo. That's his guy. I just want to say I like Mo, but I'm fine with Mo the way we're using him now. And I do think this is where I'm holding it. I do think that the idea of Mo in the starting lineup is a playoff move. I think that's a go out there, run my team the way we run it, see what the team does to counter us. And if they counter us and it ain't moving right, game 2, game 3, I'm starting Mo Diawara. That's where I'm looking at it. Like, give him a different taste in the playoffs and save Mo for the playoff run and see where we go from there. Because the other thing that goes against me wanting to switch up things and put Mo in the starting lineup is Josh Hart. Josh Hart has had a good offensive year statistically up until the last 3 weeks to a month. He's been struggling with his shot. But, hey, he just came off a game where he had 18 points. He hit a couple threes. I would like to see where Josh can, because if Josh can get, Josh is another guy, quiet as kept. We're talking about how we know how when OG gets hurt, every time he comes back, he's not the same dude. Josh has kind of been banged up a lot this year too. He's played hurt. He's come back from injury. his rhythm might have been thrown off too. And it looks like, because a couple of these shots he took like 2 games ago, I was like, oof, that looked terrible. Like it's been some bad looking shots. I think last night he started to get a little rhythm back. Of course, he was driving to the rim and getting some clean looks at layups, but he also knocked down a couple threes. So maybe this is the time where you don't want to upset anything because Josh is finally starting to get his shot back. Because with the bad finger and all, Josh, it's been an aberration. Josh has shot better this year than we ever would have expected. Maybe the finger was helping him. You know what I mean? We were joking about that. But I just want to give Josh a little bit more time to see how he plays. I would say I would give him, until the playoffs, to be honest. I mean, Mike Brown might come out the gate and say to start the playoffs, I'm going with Mo instead of Josh. Or he might do a Tibbs move and wait to see how the teams adjust in the playoffs and say, okay, game 3, I'm deciding to switch it up. That's all I wanted to get out there. D-Rex, go ahead, brother. What's your thoughts?
Oh, I'm all warmed up. Got my, little warm-up exercise in. I'm ready. It's my big moment here. Look, long story short, it's 2 things for me. 1, I would like for the team to be proactive and not reactive. And 2, I don't want to wait until the playoffs to begin experimenting. Who knows even what it would? Maybe it's an amazing starting lineup with Mohamed Diawara. Maybe it's terrible. I'm not sitting here telling you. Look, if I was sitting here telling you, you put Mohamed.
Uh-oh. He's lost in the matrix out there.
No,
that's the only bad
now.
thing about walking out there. Go ahead. I think I hear
Turn
you now.
around and go back the direction you was at.
Yeah, about face, yo.
Hello, they cut me off. They don't want it to happen.
No, there you go. You back.
No,
Back.
They don't want the truth. They don't want the truth.
Can't handle it, bro.
Look, so if I was sitting here telling you in front of the beautiful view here that I could guarantee you put Mohamed Diawara in over Josh Hart, it's a 100% chance of success. I know as well as you what's going to happen. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. The point is, do simple risk reward. What do you risk trying Mohamed Diawara in the starting unit over Josh Hart against the Utah Jazz, against the Wizards, against the Brooklyn Nets? These are teams you all play in the next 3 weeks. You risk nothing. As a matter of fact, you risk the opportunity cost by not trying, because at least you'll find out. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't work. Who knows? You don't know until you try, really, at the end of the
he doesn't want us to know. I'm sold that he doesn't want us to know.
No. Yeah. No, I agree, Mike. And listen, you're right. And the bottom line is, it's true. It doesn't hurt.
in there.
Oh, there he's back. Okay, we got him back.
Okay, sorry. They keep cutting out the truth broadcast, man.
Yeah, because you know what it is.
So look,
really
at the end of the day,
I don't know.
So for me, I look at it as risk reward. The risk is fundamentally nothing, and the reward is you find out you have a new starting lineup you can go to that works, or maybe it doesn't work and you have to try something else. The only real downside here, I'll put it to you like this: there's a downside of not trying, which is that you don't know till the playoffs, which is what Tibbs did. Tibbs did it, and that you found out that Landry Shamet, Delon Wright, they are playable, they're good, but they also had weaknesses. It's not like you just played them, you did that one adaptation, and then the other team doesn't adapt. The Pacers adapted once Landry Shamet and Delon Wright started to be an effective tool. So you need to know before the other team figures out what that weakness is. You need to know the weakness. That what is the adaptation they're going to make? Do we know right now as a team what they're going to make the adaptation when Mohamed Diawara is the starting lineup? No, we don't, because we've never seen it. So that's why I think we should try it. And then the only real downside, which there's already an answer for, but people are not going to like it, is if you put Mohamed Diawara in the starting unit, then you don't have a backup wing off the bench, and you're losing a little bit shooting and size off the bench. Okay, that's kind of a downside. The answer, which people are not going to like, but unfortunately the narrative is a little bit shifted because he's playing better, you try Pacome Dadier. And why do I say that? Because Jordan Clarkson is no longer in the longer in the rotation. Jose Alvarado is not a reliable spacer. Jeremy Sochan can't shoot. And just hear me out for a second. If I'm right, and if this works, you potentially make both the starting unit and the bench better by doing this. They both get bigger in size, and they both get better in spacing. And you can try either. It's not like again, the question I can't answer is, what do you lose? What do you lose? You try Josh Hart, you try Mohamed Diawara over Josh Hart against the Utah Jazz, He stinks. Okay, 5 minutes in, you give him a quick hook. What's the difference? What did you lose exactly?
I'm with
You
him.
lost absolutely nothing. And even the flip side, let's say you don't change anything. You don't try. It's the worst idea ever. We're not allowed to try anything. So you're going to play your starting unit against the Utah Jazz, the Brooklyn Nets, and the Wizards in May or April, whatever it is, like it's a playoff team, and maybe one player gets injured. There's no benefit whatsoever to just continuing to do it as we do it. And you play a starter 38 minutes against the Utah Jazz or whatever it is. You learn absolutely nothing. You potentially risk injuring a player, and the opportunity cost of not developing your bench and the starting unit is wasted. So I see only benefits, possibly, and there's no risk. I don't see what the risk is. If there was a risk, I'd say, okay, But in either case, there's a possibility you dramatically improve, because what do people do right now against our starting lineup? We already know the counters. We have 2 seasons of tape. They go and attack Jalen Brunson. They double Jalen Brunson. They sag off Josh Hart, and they attack Cat. They double those two, and they sag off Josh Hart. So what do they do with Mamba Diawara? You can't attack Josh Hart, and you can't attack Diawara. And I already know the counter. The counter, we're winning with Josh Hart. Well, we're winning. Yes, the record is good, but if you look at the actual individual games, Jamal Murray targeted Josh Hart right away in that first quarter when he was still in the game. He scored 2-3 buckets on him right away. In the Raptors game, the first 8 minutes, Josh Hart played without putting any stats up of any kind in that first quarter. So you could gloss over the actual fact of the game, and he ended up with a nice stat line, but his nice stat line he fundamentally got not playing as a starter. The OKC game, we started off down. We started off down with Josh Hart in the starting unit. Does it mean Josh Hart's a bad player? No, but would you rather have Josh Hart be a star bench player or be a bad starter? Which would you rather have?
Mm.
And that to me is a fundamental question. So it's 2 questions really that you're answering there. It's really honestly 3. Is Josh Hart better potentially as a bench for this team? Is Mohamed Diawara potentially better as a starter for this team? And is Pacome Dadier perhaps a scorer off the bench you could insert at some point? That's an upgrade. He's upgrading everywhere over Jordan Clarkson. Even the coaching staff agrees they don't play Jordan Clarkson 1 minute. So if you have a 6'9" scorer that you can insert in there that's reliable, you made this. Both of them became bigger. Both of them became better shooting lineups. And the entire synergy of the entire team is better. So I don't really see what you're risking, especially, oh my God, we lost the first quarter to the Utah Jazz. The season's over. Like, come on. What's really the risk,
I see your point. I mean, when you say it like that, the whole thing about, trying it, but that does make sense. Like, if rather than doing something and saying, hey, we're going to do this in the playoffs, trying it now, especially against a team that's not that good, would allow you to see how it works and what's the benefits of it. So you already know you got it. You know what I mean? This could work. We've seen it before. We used it, rather than what Tibbs tried to do.
Because even that's what the first thing I said is that it's proactive versus reactive. And Landry Shamet and Dylan Wright, it's not like they played a ton of minutes together.
Fair. I see your point.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not bad. I makes sense.
I'll weigh in a little bit, Ron, if it's okay.
Go ahead.
My thing is a little bit is, I don't even know if you want to call it pushback, but what I will call it is, what did you say over there? You're gonna have Mitch, Alvarado, and Hart together in a lineup? Wait, what? I'm not sure that's the part that I'm buying for, because coming off the bench now with those 3, if you think of our offense is sliding now, I think our offense will take a dip. I'm a Mo fan, trust me. But the thing about it, and I think Mo has a lot of intangibles. He has that, where we look and we see that, oh, wow, this guy's floor is here and his ceiling is that high, we believe in. And I believe in this kid, but trust me. But the playoffs, like I say, he has the intangibles. He doesn't have the experience, the physicality, which is going to be ramped up in the playoffs. The way that the game is called in the playoffs, it's different. And when you don't have kind of experience in that, that can be a lot for you. The crowd noise, how overwhelming it is, the other points of detail, the film study, the tendencies, because those things all get ramped up in the playoffs. Each possession becomes so much more of value. And I'm not sure that Mo at this time still understands the value point of each possession, because that comes with a lot more points of experience and where a coach is really then going to sink into you. And I don't want him to be overwhelmed or broken. I still want him to grow at a point of a maturation that projects him, that he still stays clean and going head forward, because I think we do have something special here. But I don't want him to be overwhelmed at that degree where all of a sudden we're counting on him to do certain things in the playoffs, because I like the kid, but the playoffs is a total different other animal when it comes to that. And right now, I just don't. If Deuce was back a little bit, what's name here, I could say, yeah, that maybe we could do a little bit something for that. But certain portions of our bench, we are limited. Those guys have specialty points to themselves in certain ways. So pulling Hart out right now, and believe me, I get it, because I have said the same thing. I have even been in groups and have said that, man, maybe Hart should come off the bench and what's things. But the alternative is my worry. And I worry that we don't have, coming off of the bench, the offensive power in that. If it was maybe a different point guard, but right now it's Alvarado, and Alvarado is limited, extremely limited in offense. If Alvarado even had a floater, I would say, okay, because, the kid has speed, and that is the difference points of why would they go with Alvarado as opposed to Kolick, because he can pick a guy up from 90 feet. He can, he can antagonize points on defense. He gets us into our offense faster, but not necessarily. He just doesn't, but Kolick then doesn't have the command point of the offense. Not Kolick, I'm going to say, excuse me, Alvarado doesn't have a command point of the offense. If you look and see, he has a lot of stagnation plays where all of a sudden we're 5 into second, 3 seconds into 1 second, or we blow it, period, and don't even get a shot off. Why? Because he's not a great manipulator of the defense and being able to create open points of an assist. So that's it is. And believe me, Rex, I'm with you. I like the kid Mo, but I don't want to set him up for that kind of failure where we're depending points in the playoffs. And
I totally get
know
where you're
that
coming from.
you know what I mean? The narratives here and how much coverage here, and that intensifies so much heavily. The kid, he believe me, he handles all kind of things. When they ask him questions, you can see he just keeps things very simple for himself. But to do that to him and to put that kind of pressure point on him, that to me is just moving the needle a little too fast. And believe me, people who follow and listen to all these shows, I have nothing but glowing things to say about the kid all day. But there needs to be a point where, where you move him up slowly. If he had started early on in the game and we moved him up slowly, I would be all for it. But it hasn't been that effect. You know what I mean? He's coming in, he's been in, out, in, out, in, out. So therefore, that's my only drawback is that I would like to take Hart out the starting lineup, but we need to replace him with somebody where, or someone else, if, like I say, if Deuce was here. But right now, we're so limited in the offensive effect that which we can bring in, because we have a point guard who's really not a great scorer. We also have a center who's really not a great scorer coming in points off the bench. So that's my only kind of with that. So but believe me, I'm with Rex. I love this kid Mo. So I'm not ghosting you off on that any note of him at all. So that's just my only point about, I didn't even say pushback, but just a difference in how I look and see it.
No, I mean, it's all right. That's again why I say you don't wait till the playoffs to try. You tried against Utah. Okay, you lose the first quarter against the Jazz. Who cares?
That's fair. But I understand what you're coming from, at least to give it a shot.
I totally understand what he's saying, though, because you have to be apprehensive and cautious, 100%.
Yeah, true. And we don't even, I'm not going to get into that, but I love the way Mo's playing. I would hate to lose this young kid. And I think Mo is putting himself in a position where the Knicks are going to have to keep this young man at all costs. So no matter how,
if they lose this kid, bro, they stupid as hell.
Mo, man, because he's getting better and better, and he's being thrown out there versus good teams, and he's having moments within these teams showing you he's only. I mean, I hope everybody realizes that his level of shooting and the way he's picked up shooting so fast is remarkable to me, because he was not shooting. I mean, all the work that he's been working out with the shooting coach that we got, those practice sessions have really worked out, and he's bought into to understanding what he needs to do to really help this team. So shout out to him, man. Shout out to that young man. For
exactly,
real.
yes. For real, for real.
Jay Boogie, I don't know if you were here earlier. I don't know if you knew that you had somebody in your circles, because, you know, this Knick community is very talented. But, you know, I don't know if you knew we had, you know, I said, yo, Mike, the battle rapper up here. I don't know if you knew.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
This dude, yo. I said, yo. Oh, my bad.
What is even happening today? What is even happening today?
Oh man, I love me some Mike P too. When I saw you and I saw him, I was like, "What is this?" And I am gonna lie to you, D-Rex. When you first came here a long time ago, and you started saying something, I was like, "Is this Mike P on the low?" I was like, "What?" That's funny to me, bro. I can't get over it. Anyway,
I think what's funny is when you watch that other guy.
No, dude, let me tell you something. I've you know, the mind of me. I'm a battle rap junkie. Like my boys, we be playing. Rap? Yeah, we be playing. You know, sometimes Call of Duty or something, and they be in the background listening to battle rap, because, you know, now on TikTok and on X, they have these little clips of the battle rappers, and you know, they be get amazed by me because they just be listening to something in the background. Oh, you listen to Tay Rock? Oh yeah. Oh, that's Mike P. Oh, that's you know, what's his face? That's this dude, huh? The dude that punched the guy. Yeah, huh? Oh, you listen to Underground dude? That's Swamp, right?
He got that guy that punched the dude has a show of himself now. I've been watching battle rap. I'm in the music business, so I've been watching battle rap. Murder Mook, you know.
Yeah. Listen, those are my guys, bro. Like, that's
battle
my
rapping and underground rap. Battle rapping and underground rap, I believe, is some of the purest hip hop that you could ever hear. They just really, you know, but they don't make. But I will say this, right? Loaded Lux, all of them. But I will say this: their albums don't be hitting.
No, because they're not those type of guys. They're very.
There's always been a knock against them. There's always been a knock against them.
No, but that wasn't the guy that I was talking about. I was talking about the creme brulee guy that earlier.
That's the same, that's the same dude.
Same guy, bro. How do you forget a face like this? You tell me you could forget a face like this? That easy?
Oh, that's right. I'm looking at him and go, wait, that's a battle rapper.
Yo, I don't know how you confuse it. It's the same guy.
I didn't put it together earlier when you put it up there that it was that guy. Oh my God!
Me with my loving family making creme brulees, of course.
That's how Gorilla Nem started. He was a battle rapper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was the only one that made a decent album. In my
yeah. That's not that. Listen, not to get too sidetracked, but battle rap is they call it a sport, and it's weird when you call something that's not like basketball and football, but they call it a sport because to be able to memorize lines, to be able to go at somebody freestyle, those people that are that talented, and know that this is not going to go on wax. Now you got this battle, you got another battle next week. You got to come up with new lines for that person. It's like they are so talented to have to keep coming up with something that makes sense and entertains people, and then it's thrown away. Like it's just a whole other thing compared to an actual rapper that makes music and makes songs. But it's I give them a lot of credit for what they do. I definitely appreciate them.
I didn't put two and two together because when you showed the thing earlier, not to be a fat Italian, Italian, but I was watching the food, right? And so I didn't really look at who it was, and I saw just a quick glimpse of the face. Yeah, but battle rap is one of the dopest.
Jay, why don't you go get yourself a sandwich, man? You've been talking about food the entire show.
He's making me hungry. He keeps talking about it.
I don't do normal food. Look, I did have the other one. These are the things that were across the room.
Those are cinnamon rolls, huh?
$12.
Put it down, Jay. Put it down, Jay.
I'm gonna put him down all right. I'm gonna put him down all right. Believe me. I damn sure will put him down. Yeah, you ain't no. And I'm gonna do a boogie set. I'm gonna do this. Gonna be things in there. It's gonna be yeah. I eat it with. I don't care what anybody says. This is a fork and a knife situation.
Hey man, I ain't mad at you, brother. I ain't mad at you. If I had that in front of me right now, my willpower is gonna go right out the window. I'm
man.
I'm feeling.
I
I
gotta
told
stop
you,
though.
I'm in the vein right now.
On the day after next week, when I turn 50 on Saturday, on as I say it every 5 seconds, that Monday, because I've been saying for years now, and this is how I get away with it, that I'm gonna start a diet on Monday. But my get out is I've never told anybody which Monday. Right? So that's the way I get out of it. But
Hey.
I'm only hurting me, truthfully. So now that I've been through a few things that are really serious in life, and I got, four kids, and I want to see them all. I want to dance with my daughters at their wedding, and I seen his little girl, and she's beautiful. I remember the feeling of hearing daddy, and you never know. This might make me emotional. You never know when they're gonna stop holding your hand, or when they start making their move to life. You got to be able to. You yourself have to be able to start changing, because there is a portion of you, especially a man who has been through a lot of things and comes from a certain place, and then switches into a role of becoming a daddy, not a father. Anybody can be a father, right? But not everybody could be a daddy. Not everybody could be a dad. And I think when you become a dad, like a real dad, and as they grow up, there's emotion behind that. And you never know when they're going to stop holding your hand, or when they're going to go off and do that. No one tells you the day that happens. It did a lot to me.
That's true.
Now that they're older, my youngest is now 15, and I'm working on the Sweet 16 money. My other one's graduating high school. The other one's I'm about to be a grandfather I have 3 with my ex-wife, and one in Florida. She's about to have a baby. I'm gonna be a grandfather. My son is a boxer in the circuit. I got him. The money's flying out the window, so I'm gonna damn sure put them for effing roll down. You sure? You know what I mean? So,
listen, Jay.
Hey, it never stops.
Next week, you're the one walking, Jay. You're the one walking, Jay. Next week.
You better start, take a page out of SKF Walking and Talking. You better start walking, brother. And you know what? Here's something. This hurts. This one hurts, guys. I'm going to tell y'all my little secret. This is how I trick myself, even though I'm telling y'all, so I'm not tricking myself if I came up with it and I know exactly what I'm doing. Whenever I do fall in line and I do get the sweet tooth going, I buy the stuff, right? I get my fix in. I get, like, say if I was having that pack of cinnamon rolls right there, I'll eat one. And then I say, you know what? I'm not going to eat one until 5 days later. So then, you know what? I'll wait. And of course, they're not as good 5 days later, but I'll wait that 5 days. I get one more, right? And then by that time, I'm like, nope, I'm not going to do it until another 5 days later. By that time, they expire and you got to throw them out. Done. I did it. You see, I tricked myself. Instead of being 6, I ate 2. Right. And now I'm like, all right, that works.
Well, no, I come to realize I cannot go food shopping by myself. And I've got a degree and a couple things. I'm a drug and alcohol counselor and a family therapist, as well as a drug and alcohol coach. Now, what I'm talking about is addiction. My addiction more is pasta, steak, salty foods, fatty foods, whatever it is. But I have to stop all that. And I went to the supermarket by myself and I bought 4 kinds of effing cinnamon rolls. Okay. So I got that. I got another box. I got these other little ones that look fresh. So I'm coming up with I'm saying it here loud. I'm coming up with a new idea, and I don't care. Anybody can use it. I want to form a company called the Hand Smack, where we go shopping with other people, and when they go to reach, you smack your hand.
You know what you need to do? Sometimes this stuff is you don't have enough willpower. You need some help. You need look at this guy dangling feet. Like sometimes you need a little help, Jay. And look,
Yeah.
I will help you. And if you go to the supermarket, you in the aisle, you know what? Let me call Ron. Ron, I'm about to get these in. Yo, put those down, B. You don't need that, man. You're better than that. Listen, let's come on, man. You put it down.
Ron,
That's one way I can help. Look, that's one way I can help you. But here's another way. Look, Jay, go to the supermarket. You get the Cinnabons. Where you at? You at the supermarket right now? You getting them? Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get it. Let me go out and get one too. All right. And then when you come back, you eat it. We'll eat it together. So that way you're not alone. You know?
Right. I like that one better. Do that one.
I knew you would. Bro. Anyway,
Stay on the perimeter. Stay on the perimeters of the supermarket. Stay on the perimeters. Don't go in the middle.
I'm done on Monday.
All right. No, you're gonna be done on Monday. All right. You're gonna be like, yo, why I feel this way?
Yeah, word up.
Gentlemen, basketball.
Eat to live, brother.
Basketball,
eat to live,
gentlemen.
not live to eat.
Yeah, we'll get back to basketball, but I'm gonna keep it real.
But no,
I've
and all
way too many bad things in my life to die of a clogged artery or die.
You don't need that, brother. We need you around, man. We need you around. And the other thing too is, in all seriousness, last thing I want to get back to Nick stuff. I want to get to Jay Boogie's thoughts about something. To everybody out there, not just myself, to Jay and you know my peoples here, because you know Nick Nation is in shape. You know, I see you. Jay Boogie don't stop moving. He moving people. He moving himself. He in the studio. He don't stop moving. And as you can see, D-Rex is out taking a walk. He took us through McCarran Park, by the way. Don't think, you know, y'all, McCarran Park, a very nice route. He walked around the park a little bit. Now he's got you on the piers here. He's out here dangling his feet. You know, he's enjoying life. You know what I mean? You scaring the hell out of me. I couldn't sit there. I'm one of those people. I'm so scared of heights that I'm like, no, I don't want somebody to push me. I'll just fall over because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm out of here. But I will say one thing that we learn as we get older, we learn a lot about ourselves and our body and how we can't do what we used to do when we was younger. One of the scariest things to learn about life is that all the things you eat, especially when it comes to sugar, how bad sugar is for you and how it infiltrates your body and gets trapped in your body, and it's nasty. It does nothing good once it's in your body. You know, we know all about diabetes and all that stuff. Diabetes, kidney disease, failure, all this stuff happens, and a lot of people don't realize that sugar is the demon that affects a lot of our sicknesses in our body. So, you know, I know it's hard. Sweet tooth it's tough. I got one. But if we can cut out the sugar a little bit, little by little, and just try to do our best, man, because that stuff is poison. It's delicious, but it's poison. Anyway,
it's more addictive than cocaine and dope.
What?
It is. I really don't even have a sweet tooth. It's just that at night when I don't got nothing else, I'm not looking to eat the banana with the blueberries that I have in there. I eat that with the yogurt and all that stuff. But anyway, listen. I want Boogie to do his thing, and I definitely need to cut off all those things. I went through a very scary thing, cancer. Passed away for 2 minutes on the table. I came back. I should be I should be treating myself better. But today I'm treating myself to that, and that's it. All right, so let's
okay. We'll allow you to have your vices today, but we want you to get back on the right track, brother. We need you around. And Prezzy's like, Ron is 7'12", talking about he's scared of heights. Yeah, because I'm higher than y'all. I see more. I see how far down I'm going. You know. Anyway,
yeah.
First off, Jay Boogie. What's going on, man? What's up with the music? What's up with the tunes? How we looking? How we living?
Oh, I can do anything I want at any moment. That's just me. It's just, you know, timing and rhythm is always the right, you know, just dropping and it's not the right moment is a waste of dropping.
I got you.
You know, And then like always pay attention to what's going on to see, you know, who likes, who appreciates, whatever, you know, who don't or who don't care. You know, always look like when I drop that Nick traffic with Papa Left, I always pay attention to it, see how it's moving, see how many people doing what, and it's not moving. So when I drop a joint like that and pay and which is Nick's traffic, and it don't move, so that makes me kind of like, you know, all right, either they didn't get it or they don't care. But it's just somewhere else. I give people 3 opinions all the time. So, and besides that, you got the team. They're up and down. So, I just came up with a new situation that I'm getting ready to be doing, and I'm waiting on it right now. And this is what we're going to be start doing.
Okay.
I'm not going to, you know.
No, don't put it out there yet. I got you.
Right now. But me and another person that's, you know, like really like in the community, but really on the entertainment side of the community, that does a lot of things entertainment wise. Me and him are putting things together, and we're gonna go at everybody like that. So, okay. But
all right,
you know, like I talk about the battling. Once you practice on not writing, then all of a sudden you start not writing and still making a song. Once you do it enough, it comes to you that much natural and easy. So, you know, like me, I'm not a battle rapper, but I always been around guys that can battle rap, because before I started writing, I was a DJ. So, but like for me, you know, I don't master the art of like, I can leave right now and come back 10 minutes later and have a Nick joint.
Right.
I don't master that art. And I pretty much don't never say the same thing unless it's something that needs to be highlighted for somebody's attention, because that's what it is. But like, matter of fact, I sent you something. I always send you something.
Yeah, the last thing you sent me, I played on the show.
When is that?
Yeah, we saw it. It was dope.
Well, I don't know. That was like 2-3 weeks ago. Maybe 3 weeks.
You got something. You always got something in your vote. I don't have to tell you when I'm sending something. You got something in your vote now.
Oh shoot! I gotta check.
Yeah, always.
My
Matter of fact, that would have been perfectly on your topic today.
Oh,
because I did something in paying homage to Mike Brown.
Oh man,
yeah, you got it in your vote. I sent it to you.
Oh, it's right there. I'm slipping. Yo, it's right there.
I always say you something, but to go on a further note, you know what I'm saying? To rock out on my man's take, you know, when we drafted Muhammad, when we drafted him, right? You can bet there was a lot of people that said, damn, they drafted him. How did they know about him? I was hoping he was going to make it out of the second round so I could invite him in for a tryout. It was a lot of people that had that attitude. And what I say to the fan base is, what we want to see is what a lot of coaches already know. So you have to be careful in what you're asking for with Muhammad, because we all seen this movie before and we saw how it played out. Let me remind you, I brought a nobody over here named Hardenstein, and I gave him 2 years and blah, blah. And I upgraded him, and the game turned out to 82 million, and he went somewhere else. And because I gave him 2 years, I couldn't cover that 3rd year.
Yep.
So I say be careful with what you ask for. Me personally, I always think a ball player that he's going to go through his ups and downs during the regular season. You know, it's going to throw his game off. I don't know. Depends on what it is. It could be a lot of reasons. It could be injury. It could be something personal. We don't know as a fan base what these ball players' minds and what they're going through. And we need to kind of like more respect that of the players, because we don't know what their situation is that's causing them to game not to be up to par. The great ones don't do it. They go through, mishaps, relapse on the court and all that, and they have to figure it out and get it back. Me personally, I'm not taking Josh out. But if I did take Josh out, I'm swapping him with Shammy. I'm not swapping him with Muhammad. Me personally, and I've been telling my man State this, because he got off topic and been forgetting all about it. He was the first one that mentioned this probably about a month and a half ago. And I've been reiterating it and reminding him that, you forgot what you said, but you're going against what you said. With this guy, Muhammad, how would you feel if I'm acting like Leon Rose and the season is over? I set an appointment with Muhammad. He comes in. How you doing, sir? How you doing, kid? How you feeling, man? I wanted to welcome you in and let you know of the great season that you have provided in your first year in New York. Not too many people can stand and go against and do what you're doing in New York, in the biggest building, the brightest lights, the biggest stars, the biggest fan base, the biggest media, and not even having a field. He don't even have a field bone. He just out there wrecking. And he don't even understand the game of basketball. It's a different player playing the game and understanding the game. You separate the great ones that can play and understand against the ones that can just play the game but don't understand what they're doing. So this guy, he ain't even got it. This is a baby pup. Two guys, the young Pascal Siakam or the young Leo Dean. Which one you want to pick and choose? But if he's going to stay here his whole career, I'm going to pick Pascal because Pascal became a champion and Lou just became a player to a team that, that never won it. So if this guy's in the lane of a young Pascal Siakam and he stays here and he plays like, he can be a champion in New York once these older guys get older out the way, 3-4 years down the line. But if I bring him to my office and I sit here and I say, sit down, I'm going to offer you a 4-year deal because I see your potential. I'm going to give you $13 million per year. I'm going to give you $52 million. I'm going to give you a deck of cards. What you want to play, spades, or you want to play poker? Which one you want to do? I'm going to sign that. Yeah, because I see your potential. That's $13 million per year to get this guy right here. But none of us look and think, and wonder if one of these teams can offer that guy will do that, see his potential, like us fans see. But the office don't want to do that. But if you don't want to do that, you need to slow down a little bit with this guy because that's what they're looking at. 13 million, this guy can get 52 million for years. In his second year doing what he's doing. And guess what? That takes us over the second apron. Now I got to cut Deuce. Now I got to cut Mitch. I got to let these guys go. See, nobody's thinking about that type of potential of what we're going to do with this guy and who we're going to maneuver. Somebody's not going to be here because of that guy. And he's restricted.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think we can actually pay him. We can match the offer while going over. We can match any offer because he's restricted.
Okay, but what I'm saying, if you match his offer, that's restricted. I get the restriction. I know the difference between restricted and unrestricted. I get that. But if somebody offered him more that's out of our budget because they have a bigger budget and more money, that messes up what we're doing for us other players. Because he's restricted. We can match it. That's what happened to Hartenstein. We gave him 2 years. If we would have gave him 3 years, Hartenstein would have still been here. We gave this guy 1 year. He gave him 1 year. And I'm not a numbers guy. I don't even do all that. But I listen, I hear, and I put my own thoughts on how I feel. This guy got 1 year. Somebody's going to offer that man at least $10 million per year, at least $11 million. This guy's 6'8", 6'9", wingspan, got a midi, got a long range tray, a wingspan, can play D, ain't got a handle.
Yeah.
A young pup, I'll put it to you this way. If he was in college right now, he'd be a top 8 pick. Right now, he'll be out there. He might be to higher than that. He might be destroying out there right now. Destroying. Averaging 24 points per game. And, hey, and we finally got one. You know how long we've been looking for a young pup? We've been missing out on so many draft picks. Listen to them. The Kevin Knoxes and all that trash, man.
All that trash, yeah.
All that garbage with top-notch picks. Missing, blinking. Right now, the killer. I don't listen to the locks. What? You don't belong here. But I love Muhammad Gaye. Let me say that I love Muhammad Gaye, and I know what I can see his vision. You know, I'm not a numbers guy, but I'm a vision guy. And I've been around this game a long time, and I've seen a lot of guys, and I know if you got it or if you can get it. This guy has both of them. He got both of them. He ain't got it, but he can get it. So, you know, that's my eye vision on putting on a ball player, man. I see him. I know if he got it. This guy right here has a whole lot. He can handle the rock. He can rebound, go coast to coast, run the offense. What? Run the offense? Pass, cut, beat you off the dribble. He got the hezzy. He got the crossover. He got a midi. He got a trait. More important, he got this. That's the main ingredient. With that New York on his chest, he got hard up under it.
Facts.
So just, you know, be careful what you're saying, you know what you want, but trust and believe. I promise you, 2 people are going away from this team at the end of the season because of that guy. They're going away from this team. I'm telling you that.
Yeah. Yeah. I said it. One of the starters has to go.
Yeah.
Money-wise.
And the way Shannon playing, I just said this yesterday. We win the championship this year, and they have that parade when they bring Shaman across the stage. They better be announcing Shaman as the most improved player on this team this year. They better.
Best value player we have.
That's it. Because the way he played the other night, he tried to bring him single-handedly. He didn't have no kid. That's why he stayed out there against OKC. And the defense, he's not backing down, no nothing. I don't care. I ain't even supposed to be here. Y'all don't really know me. I was looking at his shoes, the way he was dressing when he was injured and hurt. I'm like, yo, this dude don't care about nothing. All he want to do is get back on this floor.
Yep.
He's the best at getting over the top of the picks and everything. He don't care. Break my shoulder again. If you don't, I'm going over the top of this pick. I love what Shaman is doing, man. For real.
I agree there. Listen, man, you cooking. You cooking, Jay Boogie, because this is true. That's what we got, and there's some reality to that. We're just gonna have to be ready for it, man. And hopefully, like I said, this season ain't over. This season is not over. There's a lot of good things that can still happen, and the best thing might still happen. So we'll see where we go. But I do want to shout out L, damn it, in the building. Shout out to L. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. And also, I do want to shout out JJ, my guy. Appreciate you, member of the SKF Army. Tay Tay Southside in the building. What up, Tay Tay? Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Prezi the boss in the building. Yes, salute you, my guy. And also, I want to shout this out. I didn't get a chance to shout it out before. We was talking, but you know, nevertheless, it's still here, and I can still shout it out. Why did I hit the usher button?
Why you hit the yo? You doing funny shit today? Yo.
I was wilding for a second. Y'all was like, "I'm
wilding. Don't usher me."
Mark your buttons better.
Yeah. I'll take crickets over usher.
Yeah, that was weird, man. I took y'all to a weird place.
Don't read this bum's message, bro. Come on.
No, that was weird.
Now I'm definitely getting
that's a fail by me. I was terrible. Anyway, shout out to my man Ron Man, the chosen one. You might know him as something else. I'll tell you one thing. He's got a problem. He's not ready to admit it. He don't think he got a sweet tooth. Anyway, he said the year we win, this super chat is for 2026. The year we win the chip is for the extra work you put in for moving the stuff that movers should have done. You truly are a floor general, and my brother, blessings on blessings. Hey man, I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, yesterday was just rough, man. I should not have been out there moving the way I was moving, but that's how you get stuff done, and that's how, you know, later you don't have to worry about, hey, didn't you say they was gonna move this, and wasn't you looking at them? How did they break this? How did you let that happen? Then I'm like, yeah, I don't want that. So I had to do what I had to do.
Ron is extra corny today, y'all.
I'm on one today, baby. Let's go.
Hey Ron, real quick before you get away, shout out to my guy JJ. That's my brother, you know what I'm saying? We condole the guys, and why he's saying that is it just, dawned in my mind. Y'all might have heard me saying it before, but this is the after effect, and JJ might not know it. Our coach Benjamin Cardozo on the 24th of last month, he was inducted into the New York City Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's dope.
He passed. He got 974 wins right now, but it was 972 wins that he needed to pass to become the all-time most winningest coach in New York City. More wins than anybody in public, junior, high school, Carnesecca at St. John's, Holzman with the Knicks, more than anybody. And next season, depending on how far they go, it's a potential that he can clip the 1,000 and be the all-time most winningest coach in the history of the game. And all this is at one school.
Wow.
One school. 1 year, he was the assistant coach. And then the following year, that coach left. And the first year, Benjamin Cardozo, we went 1-23. I wasn't there then. That was back in the 70s. Back then, I wasn't playing it. But we went we won one game that year. Then the following year, we flipped that around and was 24-1. And he just been rocking. This guy is known from any ball player it is in the league. Everybody knows Ron Niclario. So I just wanted to share that because I think I shared that one time, but I haven't given y'all the results. And I know my guy JJ, he's in the building. And with that right there, also I just did an anthem for him. We're gonna put it out real soon, probably within the next week. I did an anthem for him, but he's gonna release it with his thing. What was I getting ready to say? I did the anthem for him. Oh, and because it's you, Ron, promise you, my brother, because you're my brother, I'm gonna call Mr. Niclario and tell him, is it okay? Which I know he's gonna say, yeah. Give him my number. What you holding my number? You probably have my number from other people you should have gave it to. I know how he is. I'm gonna tell him, I'm gonna give you his number, and so you can give him a call so you can get him up here on your show. Y'all figure it out, set it up, your tune or whatever. All I gotta do is call him and let him know, you know what I'm saying? I got one of my friends that's, you know what I'm saying, and he deserves to be the guy, that can call you and have you come on a Knicks podcast and just interview. And when you do have him up there, that's yours and his thing. I'm not gonna be there. That's yours and his thing. So, and that's what I want to make sure I give to you because
that would be dope, bro.
Yeah. So you can do that. He was a ball boy on the Knicks team, 1972-73 season when they won the championship. He was a ball boy then. He's the last remaining ball boy during that time from the Knicks. And y'all know the story. He's also the son of Emil Niclario, the doctor, specialist that saved Martin Luther King. That's his dad, you know what I'm saying? So, yes, Ron Niclario, my coach at Benjamin Cardozo, he is now 974 victories in New York, and they inducted him into the New York Hall of Fame with stuff on Marbury, Sue Bird, all these, the New York Liberty team, all that was going on. I wanted to be there, but it was snowing. I couldn't get there, but hey, just wanted to, let that be known, man. I'm going to make sure I plug you in with that right there.
All right, man. Hey, J Buggy, I appreciate that, bro. I mean, that's incredible. Yeah. I'll definitely look forward to having any type of opportunity to be able to chop it up with someone of his magnitude. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
anytime, brother. Yeah.
Yep. My son went there. Yeah, I met him once. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, man!
Yeah,
look at this small world. Yeah. Everybody be knowing people's. Look at this.
Yeah, man.
This is cool. Hey, all right.
Dedicated, man. He should have been the Knicks coach a couple of times.
I call that upstate Queens, because that's where, when you go into that part where the high school is, it's like you got to climb up. That's like Douglasville, and I forgot what else they call that up there.
Well, let me do
the 17A right. As soon as you go past that, go St. John's, go down past Francis Lewis, you make that right. You're going upstate, baby. You're going up there.
It's like you're going
Going up
upstate.
there with the big dogs, that baby.
Yeah.
Jay Boogie, I got a question.
There's a hidden Macy's up there too. Like, I was like, what? Where's this Macy's come from? It's
Yo, Jay Boogie, I got a question. For you.
Yeah.
The real Cool Mo D is still alive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have our young, upcoming Cool Mo D and the real Cool Mo D. We have to unite them somehow. We have to unite them, bring them together somehow.
I see where you're going. You know what? Listen, can't you do something?
I can't.
I was just wondering. I don't know.
I can't be no parts of that. Period. I'm in the music too. I'm from Queens, and I got a big brother. His name is James Todd Smith, better known as LL Cool J. He'll be like, "What are you doing? Trying to bring you doing your man?" You know, him and Mo D had that problem back in the day.
Oh,
so,
yeah, they did.
I can't affiliate with Cool Mo D,
Jay
man.
Boogie, I'll flip it on you. This is the perfect opportunity to squash the beef. There you go.
Man, L don't squash nothing, man. Did you hear what Eric said when they interviewed him? He said, "Yo, L is so ill, man. I called him to get on a track with us, and he went at us on our own track. L is he's really like when he's trying to tear your helmet off."
Look, when they did that track with Cannabis, and at the time Cannabis was on the rise. He was a verbal.
Can I bust?
And Can I Bust? And his whole song, he was a verbal. He definitely was a lyricist. And when he said, I want to get the same tat. And L said, "Yo, get your own shit." That's exactly what he said. And then he said, and just from that part on, LL just destroyed that dude's career. Destroyed it.
LL is Mr. Petty Cool J. That's his nickname. He don't forget nothing, and he will always make you know. Like it may take years, but when he get that moment, he gonna let you know.
That was the same thing I wondered. I wondered why he didn't join. Remember the 50th anniversary? L wasn't a part of that, and then he did his own thing. So that let us know that he still has some issues with quite a few of those people.
L don't play, and you know what? I will tell you one thing about L, and I don't know him like that, but I do know one thing about him is that he's always been very prideful, and even with the fact that he gets acknowledged for everything he's done, when you really look at the grand scheme of things, people still don't acknowledge him for really what he's brought to the rap game and how influential he's been. And then he's also like one of the first to really do things good. You know, not everybody can rap and be an actor. LL is fire. He's a dope actor. Like he's done a lot. He's been a part of a lot of firsts, you know. He doesn't get mentioned as much. This whole conversation reminds me of a show I used to have back on the Nothing But Knicks channel. It's very different. It was a hip hop and basketball show. Anyway, whatever. The bottom line is LL was a big part of starting the run for what Def Jam became. He gets overlooked, but he's a big part of. He's one of the GOATs for real. Like, you know, so yeah.
He had the first record.
But he is very loyal to the people that he cares about. Very loyal. BC Boys he gave the BC Boys his first, demo. They turned it into, I believe it was at the time LIU or something like that. And from that point on, he rose and he'll tell you who he is. My DJ technically works for him on Rock the Bells Radio, and and he'll and he always tells me, "Yo, I met him a couple times myself, LL," and he said, "LL, if he likes you, he'll go out of his way to let you know he likes you. If he don't like you, get out of his way. That's what
Right.
that's what they say.
Right.
Youngest to go he was the youngest to go platinum, right? Wasn't he the youngest to ever go platinum?
I think he was. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he was.
yeah. He was, matter of fact, he was the first one. I think.
He was like 17 or something like that, I think, right?
Yeah,
First one to go platinum.
younger than
I don't know youngest.
Because I believe he's the same age as me, I think, right? I think he's 57. I believe he's the same age as me.
No, he's not 73.
He's either 57 or 56.
He's not 73.
Oh, you guys are forgetting his crowning achievement. That in Deep Blue Sea, he was like one of the only black guys in a horror movie to not die at the end.
Exactly, that lives. Actually, not for nothing, LL lives twice. He's one of the few blacks that lived twice in 2 horror movies.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't he in Anaconda also?
Well, the shark thing.
No, that's
the
IQ.
shark, right?
No, it was Deep Blue Sea.
Deep Blue Sea,
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
With the shark, yeah.
But
Yeah.
he
with
was
the shark.
also in
Yeah,
another
the shark
movie.
in that face.
He was the cook. He was the cook in that one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Fire.
that's right.
You know, he was the first rapper in any movie.
Right. That's why I'm saying he was one of the first to do it.
He's the first one that crossed over.
I can't think of the name of the movie, but the lady that was in it, she played the coach of a football team. I think Elle might have been like 10, 11 years old in that movie.
Oh,
Wow. It was a football movie, and the female was coaching it.
Oh, you're not talking about the one with Goldie Hawn, right?
That's it.
Wesley Snipes is in it.
Yeah.
Wesley Snipes is in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, LL was in that joint rapping football. Blah blah blah. blah, blah
Yeah.
blah,
Oh, he
football.
was in
What?
that.
I didn't
Yeah, that's
realize that.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's the first rapper. Mhm.
Maybe it was Wildcats. I don't know. My wife watches that movie all the time whenever it comes on.
I think it was
One of the
Wildcats.
movies-
Wildcats was the name.
I
of
think
the
it's Wildcats.
When they
It
were
might
at the
have been-
high school in the back. In the high
Yeah. I think it's Wildcats.
It might have been
Wildcats.
Wildcats.
Was the
Yeah,
name.
man.
If
Yeah,
it's
that's just
so-
A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't even know Lawrence Fishburne was on Cornbread's little man in the movie Cornbread Earl and Me.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh yeah. No, that I remember that.
Right.
Pick up my baby. My baby got.
And a lot of people don't know about Samuel L. Jackson being in about 10 movies that no one ever know about.
Right.
Samuel
My
L.
little one just barged in the door. I gotta take her to an aunt house. God bless you guys, man. You have a wonderful rest of your weekend, man.
I thought you were going to say you want cheek attack.
Oh Lord, y'all see, listen,
But you've been in this office for a long time.
listen. When at your home, when you say you're the boss at home, all men, you are the boss. But if you have kids, they're the owner. Your wife is the vice president. Then you're the boss. I have 2 people above me, and this one right here is my owner. I got to go.
All right, my brother.
Because you've been in this office for a long time.
Get. All right. God bless you.
God bless,
Man. You always sing yourself, man. You don't know when
I didn't know. I didn't look at it. I didn't have no internet earlier. I'm tripping, B.
your whole internet.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, bro.
You the brother man. You get somebody else internet. You got
I know.
internet.
I gotta
They
get
the
right.
neighborhood know you got to run this show.
I want to.
I know I need some internet.
Borrow some internet. And I borrow some internet.
Appreciate you, brother. Hey,
Boy,
do your thing, Big
happy
Boogie.
birthday to your daughter.
You appreciate that,
Happy birthday to
man.
your daughter. I
Yes,
want to
happy
reach
birthday.
out to you. I want to reach out to you about a few things that I recently came upon.
Yeah, and we ain't linked yet, but we need to link. We need to link.
Yeah, we definitely need to link. And there's a couple things. I heard what you said about when things are not lifting up. I want to talk to you about a few things. So we'll definitely link up.
Hey, God
All right.
bless you, kings, and God
All
bless
right,
you,
brother.
kings in the chats, and any ladies.
All right.
God bless you, queens. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend. Who we got tomorrow? Whoever it is, they're in the way. That's Broom Sweet LA, back to back. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, you down here, right? You in the South too, right? You in the
Yeah,
South?
I'm in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you with us too. Yeah, you going to the thing on the 26th, the game? You coming?
The 26th, in
26th?
Charlotte.
Yeah,
In Charlotte?
they play the Charlotte. They
I
play
don't
the
mess with
Hornets.
Charlotte. I don't mess with Charlotte.
Oh, come on. I mean, I live here, but it is what it is.
I don't mess. Listen. Mr. West said, "Hey, come here, man. Let me holler at you." I'm sitting like probably like 4 rows back, like right behind the bench. He called me because like when I see West, me and we like this. And he called me hollering the security charge to my in blah blah blah. You know what? When that man tell me to come down there, y'all supposed to let me go, man. I don't like the way when it's like halftime or beginning of the game, they got 10 to 15 police officers going all the way up on them, so be at the rail on both sides of the tunnel.
Yep.
No, I don't.
Yeah, no, I know.
Charlotte can't get no more of my money. I go to watch
the new owner. The new owner, he implemented all this craziness. You can't even take the bottle caps. Like if you go get water, you go get the soda or something, they remove the bottle cap. You can't even have the bottle cap. And he's got mad security going everywhere. Won't let you in with nothing more than like a little thing like this, and it has to be clear. It's crazy. So I get where you're coming from.
York to Miami, from Miami to Charlotte, and a month later said he couldn't be there and moved to Raleigh.
You in Miami, right? Jay, where you at?
Me, I'm in right where I'm saying right now. I'm on the edge of I don't know if you remember where Green Acres was. I'm by the edge of Rosedale and Long Island.
Oh, you in the city.
But I'm from I'm from the Brooklyn area and Lower East Side.
Okay.
I do have a spot down in Miami.
Okay. I'm gonna talk back to y'all. Let me get up out of here, man. Y'all have a great rest of y'all weekend, man.
All right, my brother. You too. Blessings. Bro. Happy birthday.
And shout out to AP. AP says, Ron, you used to be a part of NBK. Well, let me tell you this. There's nothing against you, but first off, you should know one thing.
Yes.
I never used to be a part of NBK. I'm still a part of NBK. Always, man. And me and NBK, we brother. Like, me and Sim, it is what it is, man. They family. So if Sim tell me tomorrow, Ron, I'm doing this show or I'm doing this or we got this event, can you come through? I'm there.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
That's how I met all y'all. Coming down to what's the name here? We would all meet up at what was the name of that restaurant bar? We would all meet and then we would he would do the shows in there.
It's not
Legends, exactly.
Legends, yeah.
That's how I met everybody.
That's the
Legends
spot.
where in Legends?
On 30 between 6th and 7th Avenue.
Yep.
On what? 33rd?
33rd, yeah, between 6th and 7th. It's right. It's a little, maybe about 3 blocks away from the Garden.
From the Garden, yeah. Okay, okay. I was making sure you guys weren't talking about like some North Carolina crowd.
No.
No. Legends. Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh no, you good, AP. Yeah, everybody. There's a lot of people that have come through Knicks Fans TV and NBK and KOT. I mean, a lot of people have come through those shows, man. For real.
Yeah. Ron needs to do a show back there, Ron. You could do a show there.
I probably could. I just gotta. I mean, it would probably have to happen. I mean, it'd have to happen in the summertime because the winter everybody be sick, and I get scared being around people. Ever since I
can't be around
that virus, man. I can't be doing it. That's the only thing that be holding me back. So
you be in a hotel room with no paintings or nothing for about 8 days, bro. Like,
or maybe something like like if so not, but that requires stuff. Our Knicks are too good right now. But if the Knicks stunk. Maybe there might be a fans draft party over there. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, but we'll see. Who knows? And maybe
Sim left the city too, so that's why.
Brooklyn,
right,
and Manhattan that own places that we could go to, and they will put us in a room away from people. So
correct.
We'll talk.
Correct.
We'll talk.
Yep. All right. Well, listen, guys. I want to get your final words on the day. What you expect? We do got the LA Lakers tomorrow. How do you feel about that? Lakers are a very iffy team because they like to come to play when it comes to playing the Knicks. I mean, even though we're going to them. So they get up to play the Knicks. But we'll see how this works. But the Lakers, like I said, they're iffy because they're not that good. The Lakers really ain't that good, but they still have a moment. They have moments where they want to play right against the Knicks. So we'll see. What's your thoughts, Knick Nation? How you feel about tomorrow's game?
Well, you already know. I've said this 1,000 times. I hate LeBron James as a basketball player. You know what I mean? The man is something. The man is something different. So, and my immediate family, quite a few of them love him. So this is
Oh,
for
that's right.
this.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot he got hurt the game right before they played the Nuggets, and he got hurt in the Nugget game. That's
Okay,
right.
excellent.
He clapped for it.
Yeah, but listen, I'm a hater. I ain't even
No,
going
I
front.
don't know.
You know
Yo,
what I'm
I'm with you. When I talk, I'm gonna
saying?
sound the same.
I keep it a buck. They, the crazy part is they might even look a little better even without LeBron at times.
Yeah,
So,
they probably do.
you know what I mean? So, but hey, it's LA and it's the opposite end of the country. So, you know how we feel, I'm still with, I'm still mad about Biggie. So it is what it is. But so, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about L not letting it go. I can't let it go either. So yeah, no, I want this win bad. I want this win bad, even at the sacrifice of because this is a double, right? I mean a back-to-back, right?
Is it? Hold on.
Is we play back? Is this a back-to-back where we play Sunday, Monday?
I think so. No, we play what's from Colorado behind it? Not Utah. The other one.
Utah, I think it is, right? No, Clippers. We play the Clippers. Clippers.
LA,
Clippers.
and then wait a day, and then Utah. I think.
Yep, and even at the risk of this,
it's LA. You're right.
Yep, and even at the risk of this, I'd rather still have Mitch play this game because I'd rather I still don't like what Luka did to us, even when he was on Dallas. I still don't like the crap that he listening here. I don't like his smile. I don't like his little smug ways. So this is more personal for me. I'm sorry about everybody else, but yeah, no, I want them all out to win this game. And I know that the Clippers could even be a tougher game behind that, but still, I'd rather make sure we get this win against them. This way we sweep them for the season. I like those kind of bragging rights as well. I know I'm petty and small, but I am who I am, and it is what it is. So I ain't even going front. But you know what I mean? Hey, but I like the direction we're going in. More defense, more defense, more defense, more defense. The offense will come, but it's like anything else. Our wings, I'll keep promoting. Our wings do great. We win. So I ain't gonna say that as far as the wings stop, but if our wings play the way that they need to play, we win. So that's as far as that. And hey, big shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, for staying with us. We know that the shift was a little bit different this time, but for the love of Ron and for the love of the show, we keep it pushing and keep it going. And we appreciate you guys sticking there with us. You know what I mean? Hit that like and subscribe and share button, please. You know what I mean? Helps the growth of us, and helps the growth of us is always a good thing. So, and I like to use the word us because Ron keeps it more as a family. So let's keep that. Let's keep it a buck. You know what I mean? Let's support who supports us, and Ron for sure supports the fans and supports all of us. And always, Ron, always a pleasure, brother. And Ron J. Chosen, you know what I mean? Hey, I see you, brother.
I see you too.
No doubt, brother. So that's my take on that. And hey, let's keep it winning. Keep it pushing. All right.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words as always. Jay, your final words, my bro.
One, because you're my brother, please. You're getting a little older. Stay off the roof, Nick Nation. And, it's scaring me. Just the thought of it scared me. As far as tomorrow goes, I echo every sentiment that my brother just said down below. The flopping, I need to play with my best friends. He changed basketball. I mean, Curry changed the game of basketball with the threes, but he changed the way basketball was played as far as needing people to be with each other. It never happened growing up. You never would see Larry play with Magic. You would never see stuff like that. And to come to New York, you all the things he said, plus add the fact that he came to our facility to announce he was going to Miami. I do not like this man. I have a big problem with him. I do applaud his philanthropy in the outside of basketball and what he does, schools and different things like that. and that's great. But on the court, he's a flopping king of. That's the only king thing that I would give him is flopping king. I don't respect him. I don't think that he's going to go down as just because he compiled numbers, right? He's never going to be going down as Mike, Kobe. He might not even go down as half of these people, right? So I don't. He's not even in the thing in the same conversation to me as. That's funny. Damn it said. I said to tell you. I said stay off the ledge. Pew, pew. Hey yo,
Look at Crim's dad one.
Yeah, he's had a good drink. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So yeah, listen, man. I just wanted. I think we continue our ways. We do what we need to do. Definitely, JJ. We do what we need to do, and I would love to hold this team, this Laker team, under 60. But I'll settle for under 100, and I'd like to, continue what we're doing. Continuity, congruity, staying together, keeping that gel flowing, doing everything that we're doing. If it takes our offense to take a small hit because we're concentrating to get our defense right, we could be offensive. We could score $140 on whoever we want to, right? There might be one or two teams defensively that will not allow us to get to $140, like $120, right? Whatever. However, I really believe that we could keep any team at this point if we keep working under 100 or at 100. And if we do that and the recipe stays top 5 in offense and top 7, I went from 10 to 7 now in defense, we are going to that parade. And then we are going to chill and we're going to have a great time doing it. And I'm excited. It's going to be good weather for it. And I just know it. And I wish peace and blessings to everybody. I think we're going to shut them down. I think the Clippers actually are a harder team to beat than the Lakers are right now. And but I look forward to it. I want a 5-0 road trip. That's what I'm looking for. A 5-0 road trip against some serious teams and come back and make sure that the world knows we're the New York Knicks.
Thanks.
And no matter what they do, I'm always still a Knicks fan.
Facts.
So,
Look at these guys, man.
That's awesome.
That guy's awesome. You can't buy this type of love and promo. You know what I mean? Like, come on here.
Anyway. Crims, I'm still talking. And by the way, peace and love to you, Crims Dad. You're a cool dude. You're a cool dude. I'll let you get away with that without saying anything nasty. But I will say this: JJ, Ron, let's go Mets.
Let's get it together, man. I hope they got something real going. Let's hope. Let's play. I mean, pray, should I say?
Yeah.
Shout out to Dad, man. Thank you for being a member for 17 months. That's a lot. That's a lot of time, man. Time flies, man. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Shout out to Fritz Alcindor, in NBA economy in the building. Salute KOT fam in the buildings. Good to see you,
Fritz.
Appreciate you. Fritz. Shout out to that guy in the building as well. Let's go. You already know, bro. What up, that guy? And him is in here too. Shout out to him. Appreciate you. Thank you to everybody, man. Shout out to my guy Craig in the building. Craig, I see you. I mean, I call him Craig. It's really Greg. I don't know why. Let me tell you, that C and the G, it messes me up all the time. gets me. It gets
I've
me.
always had a problem with that. Always. Same thing.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Craig, nice.
Well, I just want to say thank you guys once again. Shout out to everybody who was up here: Jay Boogie, Nick Nation, Jay Chosen, Mike P. D Rex. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate everybody. Thank you guys for continue to support the show. Thank you for still being here and rocking. I know I had to change the time to 1 o'clock because of the internet stuff, and I'm just glad it's fixed, at least for now, and I can rock and roll. And I think today, I don't remember seeing anything intermittent. I think it was smooth on my end, which is great. I'm happy for that. Right. It's the least they could do for me, paying the money for the service, right? But whatever. So yeah, man. I just want to say thank you guys. Right, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, technically, thanks for Jay for paying for it. You know what I mean?
That's right. I need to pay for mine. For some reason, it's glitching. But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, man. Thank you guys so much once again, and appreciate the chat. You guys been lit all day. JJ, that ain't. See, this is for guys like this. These are the type of friends I got. JJ is like, hey, you're frozen, Ron. Appreciate you, JJ. Thank you so much. You know what I mean? A Met fan would do that to me. Anyway.
Chris Gotti, my brother.
Appreciate you, Chris. Hey, as Jay Chosen already said, you guys know, man. Listen, like he said, but the bottom line is no matter what we talk about, no matter what's going on, the bottom line is the good, the bad, the ups and downs, the wins, the losses, the Mike Brown issues, the Jalen Brunson issues, the cat issues. All of that. Right now, we playing on the high. Things are good. But even if we weren't through it all, we still Knicks fans, y'all. We still here. We're going to go through it. We're going to witness it. We're going to be here. We're going to talk about it. We're going to cry about it. We're going to laugh about it. We all still here. So, yeah, man. Right. Let's keep going and keep supporting our team, man. These are the good times. Like, you know what I mean? These are the good times. We've been through some adversity and we were on the team. Let's enjoy the good moments too. And yeah, as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans, we'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays, normally at 11:30. So expect that next week. Mondays, usually at 9 p.m. on Mondays. I know this last Monday was, I told you this was moving week, so it was a rough one for me the whole week. But at least I'm done. We've moved already, so we out of there. So this Monday we'll be back, and I think actually this Monday, unless things change, there may be a joint show with me and Freezy, Uncle Freezy from Lawrence Tears. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, we were talking about doing something. So maybe this Monday we got something cooking. So stay tuned for that, and then we'll go from there. Not for nothing. It's about time. I've been kind of focusing on other things, but I got to kind of see if I can get back into getting some special guests. See if I can get Monica McNutt on the show. Finally, I've been trying. I'm gonna go back to trying stuff like that, man. We'll see.
She's got a few paperwork out on me. I was stalking her. I'm sorry.
So we'll see what we can do. I'll try to not mention Nick Nation when I reach out.
Yeah. Keep that. Because paperwork is still. The paperwork is still good for another couple of months.
A little bit of time. Okay, cool. Shout out to Randall. Yes, I'm gonna do the call-up show on Monday. You got it. So I want to say thank you guys once again. Appreciate y'all. Let's go Knicks. Let's win this game tomorrow versus the Lakers. And hopefully let's just do a LA sweep. You know what I mean? Back to back. Let's get the Lakers and the Clippers up out of there. So continue to enjoy yourselves, y'all. Don't forget tomorrow's weather. If you're on the East Coast, it'd be very nice. So get out, stretch your legs, walk around, enjoy the day, enjoy this little glimpse of what's going to be coming later in the future. So take care, y'all. And remember what I always say, be good. If you can't be good, be good at it. Don't forget. I'm out of here, people. Let's go. Shout out to Mike P. D-Rex. We out of here, baby. Let's go.
Go.
Later, y'all.
Peace, yeah.